Alrighty, so they say if you can't say anything nice, you shouldn't say anything at all, which is probably really good advice for a content creator. And I mean that. It is probably really, really, really good advice. When you're a content creator, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. Don't hurt your reputation with the brand or whatever. But that's not my style. My style is that I'm going to point out all the things that are ridiculous. And one of the biggest ridiculous is that in the patch notes for April 22nd's patch, more than half of the patch notes are discussions about the cash shop. Now, I understand that companies have to make money. If you've been around, I've been streaming for like 9 years. And one of the things I say all the time is companies have to make money. If the company can't make money, there's not going to be a game. Because there's an awful lot of players who get upset at monetization. Well, you can either have a box price, a monthly sub, a box price and sub. You can have free to play with a cosmetic cash shop, which works for some games. You can have a free to play with some pay to win aspects, some pay to win elements. But you got to have, if you're going to do just a cash shop, there's got to be stuff in the cash shop that'll sell. Otherwise, the company doesn't make any money. And then you have Once Human. And when I say you have Once Human, they're a pure cosmetic cash shop. But they also have custom servers. Which is okay. As long as custom servers don't impact the development of the normal player, sell all the custom servers you want. But when you focus on the custom servers and raid zone and the cash shop, as a normal player, you start to feel like, why is my stuff not being considered, taken care of, addressed, whatever? Fill in whatever appropriate word that you have, because it's a feeling. It's not a guaranteed truth. It's how you feel about the matter, and it's really difficult to tell a player, oh, you shouldn't, quote unquote, feel that way. Because players are going to feel a certain kind of way, regardless if they should or not. And what's interesting about Once Human is it really is, for what it is, Once Human is one of the best games on the market for what it is. It's a more casual, forgiving, post-apocalyptic zombie survival dungeon running shooter. But what they've done is, unfortunately, they've kind of taken out all of the... Yeah, and that's the thing. Which one is it at this point? And that's where the big conundrum comes in. You're like part Pokemon game. You're like part 7 Days to Die, because you've got like a couple of bits and bobs of 7 Days to Die-esque content. You're a little bit of survival game. You're a little bit of this and a little bit of that. You got Raid Zone, which is got a lot of moving parts, and it's on its own server now. It's on its own build, so that it maintains that spirit, that appearance of equality. So over the last couple of years, you can clearly tell in the last couple of years, Once Human Starry Studios and NetEase have clearly been massaging Once Human for what can they do to make more money. And a big part of this update was updating the store. We're going to have carryover with your luck chances. We're going to have, you know, this isn't going to reset. This will stay, this will carry. It's like, that's great, but where's the content? Like, if you give me content, I'm more likely to spend money. If you don't give me content, I'm not likely to, if you don't give me content, I'm not likely to even log in. Now, one of the big issues is Raid Zone turned out to be another game mode that no one likes, so they'll just keep overhauling the shit out of it. And you're right. And that becomes a bit of a problem because you built yet another game mode that nobody likes. Or, I shouldn't say nobody likes, because there are people who like it. But Raid Zone turned out to be another minority I shouldn't say minority player. That doesn't fit either. Vocal minority. I think we're safe with vocal minority. You have a vocal minority that likes Raid Zone. So you've got some of your players on Manibus, some of your players on Endless Dream, some of your players on Winter, some of your players on a completely different build on Raid Zone, some are on Pride vs. Clash. You've got your players all separated. Your players are all spread out. It would be good if they focused on silos. Don't make another game mode, which they're doing with this water thing. Don't make another game mode. Add beef to the game modes that you already have. But what do I know? There's probably some guy in a room somewhere worried about profit margins. Or there's probably a guy somewhere in a room doing accounting work wondering why the ledger has all these DoorDash charges on it. It's a PvP mode that people have complained about the PvP, and now they've added casual, normal, and full loot drop servers. So you just made a PvP game, not PvP. Yeah, and so what they've done is they've looked at the PvP mode, and what they've said is, why don't people play the game? And then let's make changes. But those changes aren't going to get people, the same thing they did in beta. So now, we still get the super weekend. Monolith Dungeon double drops for high difficulty public crises, double battle pass experience, and we get these temporary weapon skins again. We've got the wonderful Starfire Sign-In Festival, which I'll have to get off my lazy ass and log in every day. We got the Starfire Wheel. Gathering or killing any deviant may drop Starfire coins. You are guaranteed a Gray S reward within 20 spins. Open to select an H37 Gingerbread House or Lone Wolf Whisper. Skill 5, Activity 5. So that's not bad. Astral Duelits. Wish Machine Draw tickets. So I'll just buy all those. The shop, the combo crate. Log in to claim a combo crate. Open one combo crate. Ooh. We got a decal. Oh, I gotta switch the game audio. Like, why can't I hear the game audio? Should hear it now. All right, what else did they throw in? Surprise points. Open combo crates to earn surprise points. Reach 150 points to get a 300 Christogen rebate. So this is something they want to drive you back to the cash shop for. In the cash shop now, your guaranteed rewards don't reset between, like, guaranteed 5 out of 20. These should all catch up now and shouldn't keep resetting. What else is in the shop? Oh, the super value deal. Only, they want me to spend only 4,580 cash shop currency. Sometimes somebody needs to think about what they're doing. I guess we're gonna get a little bump and grind on over here. The other thing that I think is silly that they do is, I'll show you the big silly with their cash shop. And they got it. I can't believe they do this. You come in here, you find yourself, you're really enjoying the game, you don't like your weapon skin, you want to put a cosmetic on it. You click over here and you're like, okay, I don't like this one. Oh, let me take off the... So you're over here and you're like, I don't like my weapon skin. I like the game. I want to buy a skin for my weapon. Okay, I can't get this one. I have to get it from a crate. And you're like, okay. Okay, this one's kind of good. This one I can't even buy. You're like, oh, this one's sick as shit. Shop purchase, but it's grayed out. Why, like... I understand the point of exclusivity. I do. I get it. I understand. But don't put it on the list if it's not currently buyable. Because all you're going to do then is irritate a customer. It's like you're making it difficult for a customer to give you their money. Like, don't do that. Don't make it difficult for the customer to give you their money. Let the customer give you their money. Yeah, now we've got 15 or 16 types of currencies again. I think I need to make one more thing. No, you don't need to cry. No. No, you don't need to go see her. You're a big bully. You are, you're a big bully. My cat, my black cat wants to go in and he wants to go harass my my emotional support animal. No, because you're a big bully. Doesn't work out very well right now. I have an emotional support animal that I'm her emotional support person because some jackass keeps harassing her. Yeah, you. Hey, look at that. Rel's online. By the way, for people that are playing Once Human, there's now a second whimsical drink at the Deadsville vendor. Gives you flat weapon damage increase. That was a little weird that they did that. I'd never seen that second whimsical drink recipe. And then Rel was like, yeah, there's another one. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, there's another one. Like, well, what the shit is this? Medium. Sometimes, yeah, they're now giving away the special blue anniversary chef. Yeah. Is it a 5-5? Oh, 4-4 during ping ones and snooze. I don't even know why they bother giving away less than 5-5s. I will say I had a lot of fun playing Soulframe the other day. I will try to get back to that. I've got some stuff I need to do. At this point, I'm waiting for them to remove all the deviant levels and just make them all 5-5. Probably save them a ton of database space if they did that. Just let me know when you're ready. You've been playing Soulframe is very good. Very, very, very good. I need to make some room in case I pick up anything. Would you stop being a heathen? You're being a jerk face. You are being a little jerk. My cat is so mad. He's screaming at me. Because I won't let him in to bother his girlfriend. That's because you're bully. You're a bully. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. It's like, no. Spring rolls. Get over here. Good boy. Walk faster. I love how, like, they give you a toaster, but it doesn't do anything. I have... Shit, I don't even know. I've got backpacks. Do I not have a backpack? I have backpacks. I have backpack and ammo packs for days. Oh, psh, come on, hurry up. Every time you log in, you're encumbered. Yeah, it's from all the piddly shit. It's from all, like, the robot workers. It's from stuff that used to not have weight. Which is annoying as shit, to be honest. I have so much crap. One of these days I'm gonna have to sort through all of this. Oh. I should probably repair my gear. Nope, this is not the repair bench. But yeah, I do want to, like, I don't want everything I say about them to be negative. I do like the fact that they're working on the game, that they're iterating on the game. I appreciate the fact that they're trying to make the game better. But it's like, I have a freaking medium garage that I've had for 9 months. Now it's 10 pounds. Yeah, I ran into that. Some stuff is like, why is this sudden? Yeah, so it's I just. There you go. Now it's out of my bag. Up there. There you go. Up on the roof. Out of sight, out of mind. What's really weird to me, not used to seeing us Saturday morning. I do stream a lot of Saturday mornings if my health allows it. I normally try to do video games on Thursdays and Saturdays. What if I get a if I can find a MMORPG that I'm in love with, then I would go back to streaming an MMORPG pretty much non-stop. But for right now, I'm stuck waiting for an MMORPG to come out that I can be like a subject matter expert in. I like answering questions. Gives me, I will say this, I hate that it was Ashes of Creation that I did it with, but I loved doing the Ashes 101 show. I had such a blast knocking that out. We may not get any. That is very true. Right now, the MMORPG market isn't in a really good spot. And it's our fault. It's the player's fault. Yeah, I had tickets. They're in events, Astral Duelits, and they're right there. There's nothing good in there. And don't forget to get your spring rolls. Spring rolls are in the first fridge by the maid. But no, I would love for an MMORPG to come out that I could sink my teeth into again. Like Ashes of Creation. I thought it was funny, Steven Sharif blocked me on Twitter. He must not have liked my AI shorts. He must not have liked them. It's a shame. Wanted to ask you something. I thought, discussing your health, I thought you might have some insight. Some of the things I do is skateboarding, running, and surfing. And each of that I find attracts people with Asperger's syndrome. And I found that folks with it are actually very social if you give them time and they feel comfortable with you. But what do you think is the draw? So what I have found in both my background, which is really funny because I've gone back to my professors in college, most of them who have retired. Like, how the hell did you not know I was autistic? And they're like, we knew you were autistic. I was like, when was anybody going to tell me? They're like, we thought you knew. Certain things, people with autism will be attracted to anything, just like just like neurotypicals will be. When it's their thing, autistics are very comfortable discussing their thing. So if you have an autistic who's a skateboarder, they will have no problem discussing skateboarding. But it's when they have to discuss anything else that they start to struggle. When they're in their social element, they're totally okay. It's just that they don't adapt when they have to be out of their social element. Or outside of their thing. Like, some autistics, like, they're really good at Magic the Gathering, right? And so you would think they're really good at Magic the Gathering, so you would mistakenly think, oh, well, they're really good at card games. No, they're really good at Magic the Gathering. They're not really good at card games. They're not going to be a good spades partner. They're not going to be good at other card games. They're not going to be good at poker. They're not going to be good at blackjack. They're really good at Magic the Gathering. Or they're really good at Vampire the Masquerade. Or they're really good at Yu-Gi-Oh! But that they don't become really good at other things. But yeah, autistics can be very social when they're talking about something they love. And if it's not something they love, they become very uncomfortable. And of course, that's a very broad sweeping statement, because not every, like, autism doesn't, yeah, it's also because it's a activity that you can do solo, absolutely. We were stacked on top of each other and we both got hit with the blue beam. The other trick is, and we do this all the time when discussing autism. Autism isn't a singular set of behaviors. Autism is about 9 characteristics. How do you do it interpersonal communication? How do you do it intrapersonal reflection? How do you do in social settings? How do you do in school settings? How do you do in work settings? Unfortunately, it's very common to say autistics have these characteristics, but in reality, you have to gauge them down all 9 of these traits. And the DSM-5 doesn't do a very good job of that. The ICD-11 does. The ICD-11 does a very, very good job of breaking down autism into the core life skills. But you are correct. Those activities can be fairly solo. It also, anything that can be done solo is appealing to an autistic because they can practice it on their own over and over and over again until they become proficient. I hate this boss. This boss is just one really big bullet sponge. You gotta have to match the weight of the boss with the bullets to win. I actually switched guns for this boss because the gun I normally use isn't amazing for this boss. And since I have finished out my gear sets, I'm technically done with both my gear sets. I have one more mod set to do for Elemental. But last week I had an amazing run with upgrades. I got 4 upgrades last week, which is an obscene amount of upgrades. Did not cheat. I just stack my mod boxes for 3 weeks. See, I only try to get upgrades every 3rd week. I stack my boxes for 3 weeks. Okay, so I played one game of League of Legends, and in that game of League of Legends, I was told to put my hands in a blender. I do play Heroes of the Storm, though. I do like Heroes of the Storm. I liked Han. And I heard Han is making a comeback. But yeah, I played one game of League of Legends and I was told to put my hands in a blender. Heroes of the Storm is still available. It's just in caretaker status. They don't do much with Heroes of the Storm except some very, very minor balancing. League remains toxic. League sounds toxic. League is very toxic. Oh, I didn't see that one come in. Best weapon tier list. The P90 and then everything else is inferior to the P90. Oh, I don't know why that didn't pop in. I run the P90. I used to run the Bulls or the Bingo. They changed the name back and forth a bunch of times. I don't run the Bingo anymore because, well, I need to build a Bingo set. They patched the Bingo last patch, so they may have fixed it. I'm also a really big fan of last year they fixed the Kuma Wink, or they fixed bounce mechanics. So that was the Bramini and the Kuma Wink were my favorites till the P90 came out. And then all the way back to the beginning, I liked the Icy Rain when it was really the only way to do Frost Vortex, but then they released other weapons. Well, those laser lights work now. But yeah, P90 and then anything bounce. And then Bingo. I also do like, I like the corrosion shotgun build as well. That build's fun. Your freeze throwing jellyfish isn't working? Yeah, you told me that. What they nerf with the corrosion mask? The crit rate? I don't know why they... What's my armor set? I run 3-piece Treacherous Tide, 2-piece Lone Wolf for the 5% crit rate, and then I run the Bloodstained Boots for the bonus attack because I'm stacking P90. I run that unless I'm killing the Forsaken Giant. If I'm killing the Forsaken Giant, then I run the boots that give 30% damage to your target. I am starting to not like the low health, low sanity build. It's starting to become a little bit difficult to do content without running the voodoo doll, and I don't want to give up the bonus damage, so I might be switching back to another build soon. I might go back to a high life build. A lot of that is going to depend on can I get a level 17 mod, weapon mod. Remember, I have 5 shiny weapon mods, so 3 of my bullseye mods are shinies. But this room is a good example of why the low health build doesn't really work anymore, because even with the shield out and the lunar ardent shield chest mod, I still took too much damage. That's why you run 2 of the same guns. One is for restoring HP. Yeah, I'm thinking about potentially doing that. But then I leave an awful lot of damage on the table when I do that. But it becomes a matter of, do I want... Oh, you're dead. Well, what the fuck you dead for? See, you run 3-piece Treacherous, 3-piece Savior. What weapon are you running, though? Because without running... You don't have your... Yeah, see, you're not running your key armor piece. So that's, the key armor piece is a big thing to leave off the build. Yeah, like for me, my key armor piece is 20% attack. So that makes my attack 60%, gives me 60% more attack. And then my weapon's explosion is 800% my attack. So if I don't run the boots, I'm leaving behind 800% of 60. I also hate the lightning in this dungeon. I really do, because you can have the backpack item for absorbing lightning hits, and it doesn't work on the proc in this dungeon, which was like, well then, what is it supposed to work on in this scenario? It's like, it's specifically for lightning and it doesn't work here. Do I not have any? You reset my computer, stupid cat. I will fight you. Buddy. Hey, hold on. It's not your spot. It's not what? That little fuckhead, his name is Mittens. He eats the USB stick for my headset. If I hear him up there, he's got little tippy taps. He'll be up on the top of my computer, and he'll be chewing on my fucking receiver. I'm like, asshole. My fucking, because on that one it's my expensive Logitech headset. I'm like, dude, the fuck are you doing? I don't like you $250. No, I'm good. Oh no, it's not the sanity that I had that was the problem. It was the pills aren't for sanity now. The pills are for effects. I had lightning generator, which is just utterly obnoxious. Watch, in like 2 years, we're gonna find out that there's some mechanic that we're supposed to do, or they're gonna release some statement like, oh yeah, by the way, we were supposed to put in an item you're supposed to carry around with you. Yep, you must have the low life, yep, you do. You have lightning generator. Which was a cool system to add in. They added it, like, I think it makes sense to add in negative effects if you're gonna run really, really low hit point builds. Then it makes sense to have a penalty to it. But at the same time, like, they didn't do a very good job of explaining the rule swap over. Because we used to pop the pellets to get sanity back. Now we get negative whims. from it. Also, I want to slap the developer who did this. There should never be mobs on a spawn-in. Yeah, you should really try to experiment with 3, 2, and then key armor. The key armor contributes a lot. Normally, like, it's possible to do a build without the key armor. Like, for a long time, you could run, like, bingo without the old huntsman boots, because the old huntsman boots weren't, like, a massive thing. But then people used the earthly boots for the bonus damage. Normally, there is a key armor piece that's going to increase your damage a ridiculous amount. Now, that being said, sometimes damage isn't always the be-all, end-all. Rail sometimes runs a build where he's more concerned with pulling all the enemies together because I'm running the P90. So sometimes it's more important for one person to give up 10% damage in exchange for the other person being able to do more damage. But honestly, every build can pretty much solo all the content. I don't think there's a single build that can't solo everything. Some of the builds might take 7 or 8 minutes to solo a pro, and some will take 3. I have 164 of those Rosetta cards. But this game has evolved a lot since I first played my first season, where I was bingo with Bastille. I think one of the biggest mistakes they made was catering to whiny players. Like, if a game doesn't have meaningful progression, people don't play it. If you have Savior and Second of Shields to where kills restore HP, the mobs make you immortal. Yeah. Hey, I got a Starfire coin. Yeah, I could also run... I could run the other build where instead of applying 8% more vulnerability, I restore health with every kill. I could run that build, and then I could move into the weak spot stacking, or Bastille again. Or I could do 4-piece Lone Wolf, 1-piece Bastille, 1-piece key armor. So there's a lot of routes to go. And now that, and Rail can cover his ears so he doesn't get pissed off and angry. Now that I have my full set of 17 mods, I can start working on the next thing. Because the next thing I have to do is farm the shit out of the Forsaken Giant again, which takes me about 28 seconds per kill. Because I'll need to get at least the level 17, but I'd prefer to get a shiny for that build. But just run around. 4-piece Lone Wolf, 1-piece Bastille. And then the key armor piece. And then just every kill increases my life. You also, you can tweak your build out a little bit. And one of the ways you can tweak your build out is, instead of doing mag cap, you can give up a little bit of damage, and then you can do the reload one where every 2 kills reloads your weapon to 100%. That gets ridiculous too. But yeah, you're right. If you have Savior and you stack enough shield, mob kills restore HP, so your mobs are keeping you immortal. I mean, it works fairly well. I run tides because being low on hit points gives me more damage. Yeah, see, they do a touch too much damage when I'm at my lowest. Oh, I could do a lot of things to not die as much. I stay fragile because I'm glass cannon. I'm deliberately glass cannon. I could switch over to my 4-piece Lone Wolf set. I just stay that low to do the stupid amount of damage that I do. Ooh, you beat me. Hi, no, you can't see your girlfriend. This is the whiny ladies man who wants to go see his girlfriend. But he's a bully. He's a bully, and she's older than you. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Hi. Yeah. Just a whiny boy. One second. All right. Hopefully, I don't hear fur flying. I have 2 voids. I have 7 cats total. I have 2 voids, an orange, a gray and white domestic short hair, 2 Torbies, and a fucking half possum. We actually named the cat Captain Awesome Possum Mittens because he is convinced he's a possum. I heard blue Russians were good for people that are allergic to cats. Yeah, you can be allergic to cats, but not every cat will trigger the shit out of your allergies. My wife's allergic to cats, and she wanted a cat so bad. She spent 2 years getting the allergy shots because my wife grew up with dogs. I didn't want a dog. I love dogs, but my favorite breed of dogs is other people's dogs. I love going to other people's houses if they have a dog. I love playing with them. I love throwing the ball. I love taking them for walks. I love running with them, roughhousing, fetch. I love everything about dogs. But I can't have dogs because my sleep is so shit as it is. I can't possibly deal with the idea of being woken up in the middle of the night and having to let a dog out. Number one, it wouldn't be fair to the dog because when I'm heavily medicated, there's no waking me up. Number two, I would probably lose my mind if I had just gotten to sleep and then the dog woke me up. Also, I like to travel. And cats are okay, because we have a colony of cats. Half the time, the cats don't even notice that we're gone all day. Cats are great companions. Not everybody likes cats, and that's okay. I just prefer cats. If you have dogs, you're an okay person. But yeah, my wife wanted to have cats. So she went through 2 years of getting the allergy shots in order to have them. Then it's weird too because we have 7 and only one of the cats, Dander, bothers my wife. The other 6 don't bother her at all. But Russian blues, I love their face. I love a Russian blues face. Wow. Once they start chucking those flames at you, they're in a bad mood. It would be nice if they would just create a scenario that's the whole map. We were supposed to have that over a year ago. Yeah, Endless Dream has the whole map, but I don't really like the Endless Dream scenario. I heard it got better, but what I didn't like about the Endless Dream scenario is the first time Rail and I were on it, some guy led a group around and cleared all of the content. And you're just like, really, dude? You cleared all of the level 15s on the whole map? Like, way to be a dickhead. Good to see the kick bots are out in force today. You wish there was a boss gauntlet or something that gave out high. Yeah. I think one of the biggest issues is once human has turned into the textbook definition of I don't know why I'm doing this to do it. Like, they do the gauntlet thing every so often, tied into, like, the 4 portal dungeon thing that they do. But the rewards always suck. I think that's the biggest problem we have. Too often, the only rewards that are available suck. So then you have to ask yourself, why am I killing myself to do this bullshit event for shitty rewards? Like, at the end of the day, there's not a giant point to this. And that's the sad part. Like, it's not like this is EVE Online where you're fighting to hold territory or control territory. It's not like it's ArcAge and you have a castle and you're holding it from other players. At the end of the day, this is truly you're grinding it so that when the next set of content comes out, you're ready to grind that. And you're just like, I don't know if that, I don't know if that's a good reason to do it. Not even a small point after they basically hand you everything we used to have to grind for. Yeah, I mean, that is a big part of it as well. They don't really make people, and I'm hesitant to say earn it, but you don't really earn it anymore. So, if they don't figure out something soon with this game, they may find themselves without like a daily player base. They may find themselves with a player base that pieces out. Thought I had a shit ton of noodles. They may find themselves with a player base quite literally that leaves except for 1 day a week. Like Rail and I basically play 1 day a week. I log in a second time a week, kinda, sort of. Oh, there they are. But I have a shit ton. I knew I had them, I just didn't know where I'd thrown them. I've never had any decent luck with the events. I've run the lunar events thousands of times. Never gotten a 5-5 deviation from the lunar events. I also think it's funny because they completely did the mod boxes ass backwards. You open a mod box and you get a level 17 mod. You also get like 2,000 mod dust. But you just got a level 17. Meanwhile, you open a mod box and you get a level 9 mod, you get like, 60 mod dust. Shouldn't it be the exact opposite? When you open a mod box and you get a really low level mod, shouldn't you get the higher level dust so that you can buy another one more quickly? And then when you get the high level one, you got the upgrade so you don't need to buy as many? Like, maybe I'm wrong. But it seems to me it would make more sense if the lower level mods gave a higher dust as a, oh shit, we're sorry, you didn't get an upgrade. There's one guy I know that has almost all level 17 mods. Because he grinds all day, every day. That's all he does. Since the changeover, he's just run tens of thousands of silos. I'm like, okay, but then what's going to happen is you're going to get to the point and you're going to say, well, this game has no content. Well, yeah, you're going to say the game has no content because you've done it all. I hate that thing. That is the stupidest fucking mechanic. Like, it locks onto you. This room has no line of sight break unless you can run around the column. Like, who thought of a ray that just drops you? Burns you? Sure. Sticks like that. That's cool. Do that. But just red circle, blue circle, red light, green light, you're dead? Who thought of that? so much crap that I don't need. Gotta throw out the crap that I don't need so I can pick up more crap that I don't need. Oh, did they fix it? They did. This is the easiest silo in your opinion? Yeah, this one is pretty easy. Depending on what you're grinding the silo for, you can do the other one, the one that's south of here, and not do the side room. You can do that one in just over a minute, just by running through to the train yard over and over and over, if you're just trying to kill the boss. But this one's pretty quick. I had this one down to 330, including the side room on Pro. Because on Pro, you don't have to kill all the trash. Hi, buddy. Why are you whining to me now? I let you into your girlfriend. Oh, did your girlfriend slap you? Were you being a jerk? You hate that one? The train or the train yard? I don't like the train, but then again, I've run the train about 50 times and I've never gotten the deviation. It's right near the end of the month too, so I have to max out on Starcrom today too. Yeah, train yard with the tombstone boss. Yeah, I like that one. That one doesn't bother me. was a blind jump, but still made it. Why are you so whiny today, buddy? I let you into your girlfriend. She doesn't love you? No. She doesn't love you? But what'd you do to her? Oh. I feel so bad for this little guy. This is the black cat that I had. His brother died. Which tore me up. When Toga died, that shit tore me up bad. Kitten didn't even live to a year. That was his brother. And then we started getting other cats to see if we could find somebody that he could bond with. And he never really bonded with anybody. But we ended up with a bunch of other cats. And so now the dynamic is pretty cool. But sometimes he just worries me because he doesn't really get along with anybody. He picks fights with everybody. He makes it hard for me to work with my emotional support animal because I have to be her emotional support human. He's a fucking jerk. All right, one silo left. What's up, adaptable fox? Not only are you adaptable, but you are in fact a fox. But you're not a firefox. Is the game treating me well? The game's treating me as well as I expect the game to treat me. The beam wasn't even on me. What the fuck was that? The beam was on you. What the fuck is this mechanic? What the fuck killed me? Like, I literally was still standing up and I died. What the fuck is this bullshit? Like, literally, the guy looks in my general direction and I die? Later, Brandon. Go back to my other build. I'm gonna die all the time anyway. I might as well do more damage. What I'm really looking forward to is Little Crusader Kings 3. Their Crusader Kings 3 is just absolutely crushing their delivery schedule. They're like, oh, you guys love our game? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna give you a shit ton more content. Be like, cool. Love to see it. So apparently your floral armor won't trigger on the gradual life reduction. Good to know. Oh, it was already triggered. It was good I didn't see that it had already triggered. My wife is out and about doing the most dangerous thing somebody can be doing. She's yard sailing today. I've never understood the appeal of yard sales. The only time I ever went to yard sales was to buy old craftsman tools so that I could take them and turn them in and get new tools and then sell the new tools. Buying stuff at a yard sale is a really weird concept to me. Like, why do I want to buy somebody else's junk? That one always threw me off a little bit. Okay, so nothing hit me. Literally nothing hit me. I just died. What was... Oh, it's your... Oh my god. He's angry. He's spitting mad. Ah. Oh. I'm a slacker. Although I will point out in the one dungeon I did 65% of the damage, so. I guess I'm just gonna need to switch to... I'm gonna have to switch it up then, because I'm just dying too much. I have too much downtime in the level 70 dungeons. Let's look at Savior. Three-piece Savior. Yeah, where Raiden was fighting. No, the other one. The fridge one. But the fridge one, I cheat in anyway, because I get the stacks off all the ice cubes. Weapon blueprint. No, weapon mod. Bullseye mod. So, I don't even have recover marks as violent. I don't even have the mod I need. That's funny. That's funny. Okay. Let's see if we have it. Well, there's a 16. You know, these toilet plungers we pick up can be used with the bows? No. There's a 16 bullet siphon. Mask mods. I don't even know which mask mod I'm working on. I'm gonna need to find out though. So let's see. Mods. Mask. So Blitzkrieg is done. Shrapnel Carnage is done. Targeted Strike is done. We want to do Break Bounce. Oh, look at that. Explosive Barrage, Violent, a level 17. A level 17 right out of the box. There's an upgrade. Okay. Non-keyword. We want the bullseye, non-keyword. We want recover mark, violent. $14, $15, $12. So we got a 15. We got a 16. The best we got was a 16. You got nothing over a 12? Damn. I want my money back. You got nothing over a 12? So I got multiple 16s. That's crazy, man. Yeah, you get a minus 80%. What's up, Sweeza? Your video's up, Sweeza, on YouTube. I saw that you commented on it, but I figured I'd mention it. Other than 3 special free items, I've only gotten 1 upgrade this entire time. That sucks, man, because I've gotten like 10 upgrades. Now, granted, well, I have to be a little bit more specific. I haven't gotten 10 upgrades. I've gotten 5 laterals. I got 5 lateral converts. So I had equivalent or better in... No. I had 5, or I had 3 to 5 that were better lateral, and then I got a couple that I didn't have better at all. Do I have emptiness syndrome on steroids? Well, that's a little bit of a weird question, especially for a guy with the name of Torchman. Also, it's a little weird that you communicate in all caps. Is caps lock key busted, or do you feel it necessary to scream into the void? Your cap lock's key broke? Use Windows 99. Yeah. I think sometimes people forget that the different platforms save your conversation history. I recognize the guy's name. I checked his conversation history over on Kick. I'm not interested in having that conversation with him. I'm surprised Steven's taken this long to block you. I don't know if I should have seen that as a mission of anything, since he doesn't really address anything you've Steven won't address anything that I've talked about. And you know he won't address anything that I've talked about because he has no answers to what I talk about. Steven Sharif won't answer a single thing I've said because what he wants to do is he wants to pretend like he's the victim. I think at this point, though, with the Ashes of Creation ordeal, what we're going to see happen soon is there's going to be a settlement, because Steven's lawsuit is now meritless. No, I have no idea what you're on about either, but if you're going to carry on, I can just... The other guy's blocked, so I have no idea if you're talking to me or to him. If you're talking to me, I don't know what you're on about. Trying to talk to him, he can't answer you. I blocked him. I banned him. Yeah, so what's going to be funny to me is Steven's burning through money paying lawyers. He's burning through money paying lawyers, but for what reason? Like, pride? Like, it's not like you did it for your employees. Because if you had done it for your employees, like, you notice, like, what Sweeza has said in the past and what other couple of people have said in the past. Steven responds finally to the DA thing, which took him forever to respond to. But he finally shows the true messages. The interesting thing is, why doesn't Steven respond then with the entries from the real ledger? Like, if the ledger is fake, why don't you show 5 or 6 entries from the real ledger that are fake? If you were the secretary of the company, you should have copies of the ledger. So, just show copies of things. Like, yeah, but it's to keep his little cult. That's his goal. Steven wants to remain relevant because Steven recognizes that he has no relevance in anything. Like, his own family hates him. Like, he stole money from his, or I won't say stole. He mismanaged money, including money from his brother. I'm so glad this end of game content is so difficult. I'm so glad that this fight that used to take 5 or 6 minutes now takes 30 seconds. It's going to be interesting. We're going to get to a point where I think by the end of next month there'll be some settlement between Robert Dawson and Stephen Sharif. But I think that punchline of the joke is that Stephen will end up with nothing. Because really nothing, he can't prove he ever put any money into the company. Which sucks because, like, there are some employees who had recently left decent jobs to go over to Intrepid. Well, they left decent jobs to go over to Intrepid, and then they were there for only a handful of months. Steven's ask, like, Steven was at his whole request in his lawsuit is not gonna happen anyway. Steven's trying to get the courts involved, so the courts will say you have to set your board up to meet these requirements. The courts can't tell Robert Dawson how he can set up the company if Robert Dawson is the majority shareholder. That's it. That's how it works. The courts can't say you have to do this because Robert will just say, I don't agree. And you don't have to agree. Like, the courts can't mandate you run your company a certain way. Rich people think they can do anything. That is true. Rich people have this really bad thought process where the rules don't apply to them. See. How long do we have? Oh, we got 46 days. We've got 46 days till this expires. Combo crate. Hi, combo crate. Googly eyes? You gonna give me the googly eyes? My God, the kickbots are out in force today. I was almost able to get another soul frame key yesterday. Nice. Soul frame's really good. I think Soul Frame is gonna be a very solid game. Did I see these new skins for the bee? I did see a lot of the new skins. I don't necessarily know if I saw the ones for the bee. Oh yeah, that's hilarious as shit. The angel and the devil. Yeah. That's funny. The little burger joint guy. What else is there? I'd have to look at the other properties, the other ones. Recommended players 4. No, not at all. So I thought it was interesting as well. Rail and I get set up to start growing batteries and electronic parts, and then they take out the specialized ammo. Their way of making content harder was simply to take out specialized ammo, which really didn't do anything. I mean, my build it affected a little bit. Because the ammo that I used increased attack, and attack, if you decrease my attack, it decreases the explosion off the P90. But overall, it was fine. So instead of me clearing that dungeon in 22 seconds, I clear it in 26 seconds. Oh no, whatever shall I do? But now the question is, confirm Bullseye mod Pro. A 13. Don't think I got anything higher than a 13. Yeah, I didn't get anything higher than a 13. Is it a change that the devs do from time to time where it doesn't help or hurt anything, it's just a change? So, it's one of the things that... You've heard me say this a number of times. And some game developers that bebop in and out of here that I talk to, they agree with me, and some adamantly disagree. We need to, game developers who are building an MMORPG need to think to themselves, how would my game design play out if this was being done as a tabletop game? And what I think a lot of game developers do is they forget that in tabletop, you might have, if you're lucky, 60 or 70 hit points, depending on the game system, of course. You might be able to take a total of 50 or 60 damage at level 1. Now, I know Dungeons and Dragons is infinitely less than that. It's usually a D12 if you're lucky. Rifts, on the other hand, is usually somewhere in the neighborhood of a 3d6 for hit points, and then you have something known as SDC, structural damage capacity, and you stack that on through physical traits. Well, one of the key components of Rifts that I always enjoyed is that you can get your hands on a lethal weapon at level 1, because people don't, like, you don't become bulletproof as a human being no matter what the shit you do. Now, you can get cybernetics, but then the argument is you're no longer a human being, you're a cyborg. You can do a lot of things to make yourself more survivable, such as stay your ass inside of power armor, but then you're not really living your life, right? You're constantly in body armor. I think where we get into a really bad situation with MMORPGs is very quickly in the development of the game, is we start to get, hold on one second. Sorry, I did a bad parenting thing. I gave permission without checking with the other parent. Don't do that. I think where we run into a really big problem with gaming is we don't think to ourselves, how would this work as a tabletop? So for example, you end up with a lethal weapon at level 1, because at level 1, if you put a bullet in someone's head at level 1, they die. If you do a called shot. Now, that's where the likelihood is not very high, because at level 1, you don't have any bonuses to called shot. At level 1, your likelihood of making a called shot to the head is very low. Where MMOs go sideways is pretty soon you have a black mage walking into a town and just completely decimating it. Well, oh cool, another Starfire coin. Where is the rest of the world in response to your behavior? My belief is that the first 4 or 5 levels of a post-apocalyptic survival game, MMO, I like the idea of a post-apocalyptic setting. Even if you want to have magic and fantasy, I can tie that into a post-apocalyptic world really easily. I think the trick is you need to start in a world in chaos. And so, for example, you start, and instead of your character being an adult, my perfect idea of an MMO, of a video game starting sequence, I'm gonna say MMO, but is like you just hear like a heartbeat, like pump 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 pump, and then the next set, like each time the world gets a little whiter, and then you hear a baby cry, and then the screen splits into three. Were you born in a rural village? Were you born in a medium-sized town? Were you born in a survivor city? And then as you click them, there's a buff. There's a set of bonuses. Each one. But then if you pick the survivor city, there's certain traits you're not going to be able to, there's certain routes you're not going to go down. Like, you're not going to be able to get, say, for example, scavenging, unless you're in your last window, you choose to say you got in trouble with the law and you ended up having to do a tour as a scavenger. Like, you can have your story pretty much any way you want, depending on what skills you want to take. Why do we always start games with, like, we don't feel connected to our character? So, you know, the pulse beat, you hear the baby cry, and you make a choice. And then that choice zooms in, like, vroom. And then it's like, the screen blacks out and the screen blacks in, and then it says, while you were growing up, your father. It's like 3 or 4 choices. He was a mechanic and he taught you how to work on things. He was a farmer and he taught you how to grow crops. He was a member of the town militia. He was a member of the town garrison. He was the town mayor. Or, unfortunately, your father died before you were born, right? Your mother, taught you how to bake bread, taught you how to sew, taught you Your mom was the true badass of the family. She served in the garrison. And then as you go, you're aging the character up in little vignettes. Now, if somebody says, I don't want to play that, then just say, great, at character creation, I don't want to play the vignettes. Just let me pick all my skills. Go through it. But it would be nice if you imagine playing through the vignettes and you got extra skills depending on performance. Not that type of performance, gentlemen. You're all going to get C's in that type anyway. Oh, why don't I do DMD games? Because if I did anything, I would do Rifts or Vampire the Masquerade. Did I really bring no stock food with me? What has become a monetization? That's a great question. It's pretty clear that Starry Studios is looking for money because they've revamped monetization a lot. Number one, they're making a big deal in their patch notes. Like a third of the patch notes have to do with the shop. I mean, of course, they always talk about when the new loot boxes are coming, but now they're doing new combo crates. They're combining Christian is showing up in more places, right? You can buy more things. So for example, your combo crate, you can open these. Let me get my big fat head out the way. These little things for just a few pennies. but there's nothing really like worthwhile in there unless you want the motorcycle skin. So you got your little newbie crate. But you notice I did my newbie beginner. I opened my 2 free ones, and of course the 2 free ones that I opened magically didn't give me any of the good shit. If you purchase everything, you can buy everything. Yes, that is it, Master Blaster. Also, when you buy, like, I'm sorry, but when you start talking about the super value deal and you're showing 4,580, when 4,580 is somewhere in the $75 range, it's not really the super value deal. Flash sales, they're really doing a lot of their patch notes, a lot of their push is on the cash shop. Beginner benefit, great deal, one time only. Choose 2 items. You want to be a rabbit? So for 99 cents, you can get 60 Christian and 2 items. So, lifetime purchase of 99 cents. Well, this is that mobile monetization model where 60 ain't gonna get you much, but they're trying to get at least $1 from every player. I wish that they would just recognize they have good products, just lower the prices. Then the other one they did was the loot crates. Down here, you have a guarantee within 20 draws. Well, now, this used to be specific to each kit. And now what they were explaining is the guarantee is going to be across all the pulls, which is good, which is how it should have been in the first place. I think where they're running into the issue, I do think they're hurting for money. And the reason why I think they're hurting for money is because gamers are broke people. There is something to be said about games that are fully cosmetic. Games that are fully cosmetic, once somebody has the look they enjoy, they don't need to go out of their way to spend any more money. Some people don't give a shit how they look ever, so they're not going to spend any money. Which is a shame because people will say, I really love the game. And this is where I'll say to somebody, they'll be like, I really love the game. I'll be like, well, you've been playing for 2 years. How much have you spent in the cash shop? Oh, none. And then that same person will be the one that bitches the loudest when the game shuts down. And they'll be like, I don't know why the game shut down. You're the reason. Well, what do you mean? You played the game for 2 years. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. And you bought nothing from the cash shop. Well, yeah, I didn't feel like I needed to. The company needs money to stay in business. And it's kind of mean to say, but some people don't understand that. They don't get it. They no comprende. Like, if you don't give the company money, the company can't stay in business. Which is why I personally believe box price and monthly sub is the better option than free to play with a cash shop. Sure, you're going to have less players in a box price / monthly sub, but you're going to have a controlled income. And then what I don't like is they're like literally more than half of more than half of the patch notes this week are about the shop and all the other currencies. Like, we don't need to keep making 15 different currencies for games. Stop it. You made so many different currencies. Yay. Skip the cutscene. Yay. 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 I think where the breakdown is, too many game companies are looking at mobile and mobile monetization, and they're trying to replicate that for PC games. Even if they don't like the skins, give the devs $10 anyway. People will have 800 hours in the game and not pay a dime. Right. And I'm not saying spend $15 a month. I'm saying if you've played the game for 100 hours and you see yourself playing for 100 more, throw the devs a couple of bucks. Otherwise, the game might not be around. And what's weird is people will be like, "Well, I don't have the money to do that." Then buy one less coffee this month. Buy one less Starbucks. Drink a water one day. Like, you know what I'm saying? We've got to reach a happy medium between paywalls and free to play. Because people, like, you can't make the consumer happy. And the players, I never know what players want for them to be happy. Players want games that are releasing brand new content on a 30-day production schedule, but they don't want to pay anything. Companies don't want to release any new content, but they want the customers to pay everything. Well, yeah, Sweeza, and the big part is I become the bad guy when I say something like, if you can't afford to give a game company $10 a month for a game that you're going to play 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 hours a month, then it's not the $10 that's stopping you, it's the time. Because that means you don't have you should be spending your disposable time making money. Like, I have a really good friend who said over this weekend they plan on getting high as fuck because they missed 420 this week. And that's fine. But at the same time, I wanted to say to him, hey, asshole, you owe me $2,000. DoorDash. Go take your ass DoorDashing. Why the fuck did that give me a meat dryer? Like, not trying to be a jerk to you. But you owe me $2,000. You should not be getting high as fuck. You should be DoorDashing that shit. You should be fetching my money. But all that does is it just makes me jaded, because then the next time they're gonna be like, why the fuck are there drive-through order menus? That's funny. Somebody who's designing this didn't realize these are drive-through order menus. It's just gonna mean, like, the next time you're like, hey, I need to borrow. No, you don't get to borrow shit. Why? Because you were too busy getting high instead of hustling to pay me back. But like I was saying about MMOs, we need to get back to the idea of people feeling an attachment to their character. And if you don't feel an attachment to your character, you're not very likely to stick with the game. But if you simply give people a light connection to their character, they're going to be like, oh, this is interesting. You also can do a lot of very, very interesting possibilities. Like, instead of giving everybody crazy amounts of power early on in the game. Reduce the power early on in the game. And just bring that power level up to normal by about level 5. I'm assuming that it's a 15 level cap in this mental exercise. So, if you start people off, they shouldn't have access to professional grade ammunition. I'm talking about post-apocalyptic world. You start them off in an area and the ammo does less damage because it's not professionally made. It's hand-packed ammo. It's hand-packed rounds. The weapons are slightly misaligned. Lower accuracy. Slightly dented receiver. Lower reload time. As you maneuver around the world, or as the players develop skills, then what happens is they no longer have these defects. The power level doesn't go up above a 0. The power level goes to where it should have been if this wasn't a post-apocalyptic world. I think that then in and of itself opens up a lot of very interesting possibilities. Like, you find an old rusty sword. It does shitty damage. Well, it's the best sword they're gonna find because there's no blacksmith in the starting town deliberately and on purpose. You deliberately didn't have that available in the town. So now the players have no choice. The players can either... What? Hey, they did the thing you wanted. They put a Q in. That's cool. Thrown in a queue. Stuff. That's what I like to see, them making progress. Or have the ammo effect aim too powerful, you miss wildly, you waste if you're using early game swords, you just aren't proficient, that is easier to yeah, you're right. And then the issue becomes, so you have an old rusty sword. It just has a static debuff on it. As you get more proficient, your proficiency overcomes the weapon's deficiency. But then, the nice part is, you'll learn, if you find somebody with blacksmithing, then they make the sword and all of a sudden you get like a twice as good power jump. Your proficiency has gotten good and now somebody makes you a better weapon. But what we end up having, and there was a really great game designer, he was working on a game I thought had the potential to be brilliant. What he was talking about was players have become too accustomed to seeing really big numbers. Players are used to seeing by level 10 tens of thousands of damage on the screen. Well, whatever happened to 50 damage on the screen? Whatever happened to 33 being a howling good time of damage done? But instead, we give players this ridiculous amount of seriously, what the fuck? Like, this is a what the fuck amount of damage that we're allowing you to do. That's what we need to stop. We need to move away from that and say to the players, you can have a good game without having god level stats. Like, I story told for years and years in Rift. And I told my players, I said, guys, your guys' power curve is so high. I'm literally having to use the pantheons of the Megaverse book. I'm having to put gods, literal gods, up against you guys. And the scary part is, you're winning. You shouldn't be winning against gods. I was like, you're too strong. You guys are too powerful. I'm like, most tabletop game rules aren't designed to have game campaigns go for 8 years. I mean, we can keep going if you want to, but at some point you gotta realize we're gonna run into some problems. And I think that's, like, I just saw Final Fantasy 14 has just talked about their latest expansion pack. I don't want to get excited about it because I don't want to have to clear Dawn Trail, because I thought Dawn Trail was total fucking garbage. So I don't want to go clear Dawn Trail. No interest at all in clearing it. I think that Final Fantasy 14 should have ended with Endwalker. I think it was a great story. I think you could have stopped the story there. I think you could have had a really good ending. And then if you didn't want to sunset the MMO, then what you could have done was you could have taken them to a new world, where when they went to the new world, you created one tank class, one healer class, one range damage class, one melee damage class, one magic damage class, and when you got there, had a really good conversation. Like, take the Scions of the Seventh Dawn through the portal and have them be like, wait a minute, what's going on? Have all of your stones, like, have a cutscene where as you try to cross through the portal, all of your job class stones fall onto the ground. Like, they can't cross into the world. That way you can start over with classes, and you can start the adventure over at lower level. But this whole idea that, and I'm not saying that we can't build an MMO that lasts for 30 years. We absolutely can. But we have to think about it from the very beginning. We have to say to ourselves, we can't be having people get to level 50 in 6 days, because it doesn't work. It's not a good plan. What we have to do is we have to say, and this is one place where I thought Stephen Sharif had a decent idea, he just didn't know how to implement it. We have to say, we want it to take over a year for people to get to max level. And we're going to do that by throttling the world. And we're going to throttle the world by making sure there's just not content available for people to do that maximizes XP gathering. Meaning, we know there's going to be some people that literally log in every day and kill mobs for 1 XP. But they can do that, and they can feel free to do that. But we know that they're going to have to kill 50,000 mobs to get 1 level. And that's fine. Let them have at. Don't tell them they can't do it. Just let them grind mobs forever to get 1 level. Which then, when the world is ready for the next set of content, that person who spent 9 months getting 1 level and didn't do any horizontal stuff is going to be really pissed when they find out people get the next level in 2 hours, because the world content is now caught up and content is available for you to get the next level. Not going to tell you can't get it. We're not going to make the XP reward 0. We're going to make it 1. You want to kill 50,000 mobs? Go ahead. We're not going to tell you that you can't. But we're also going to let you know outright, hey, when we do this next piece, it's going to be a whole hell of a lot easier. But at the end of the day, the problem became Stephen Sharif had really good ideas, right? And then he didn't stick to them. And then from what his employees have said, he left. He was so worried about what people's opinions of the game were. He had the team developing things for showcases, and then was leaving those systems in tech debt. So that's a bad way to operate. I think anybody that knows anything about project management will tell you that's a really, really foolish way to operate. Build this, get it right. From this, everything else builds. So with Once Human, this piece right here is the sad part. People don't come to the events anymore. Because either they already have their reward. See, and this is thinking about the usability of an event. What do you want the event to do? I know somebody that in the first 4 days of the event, they got a 5/5 Rebecca out of the event crate. That was really the best thing they could get. They said, I'm not going to bother doing this event anymore because I got my 5/5 Rebecca. There's nothing else I need. Drops should not come from events. Currency should come from events. And that currency should then be used to purchase rewards. And we don't need to make event-specific currency. And I know devs like to do that. And I saw this a lot in Arcage. Devs like to make event-specific currency, and I don't know why. Say I'm a person who... I happen to be on vacation this week, and there's an event going on. And I can do this event, and I can stock up on a lot. I can get a shit ton of currency for this event this week. Well, that's good for me because when I'm on vacation next month, I'm only going to be able to be there for a part of the event, so I can still get the rewards I want. I think too many games are making a really, really big mistake. And that really big mistake is they're punishing you for having a real life. And when you start punishing people for having a real life, you lose them as customers. Like, until EVE Online put in the skill queue system, you really did get punished as an EVE Online player for having a real life, for having a family, for having a career, for having obligations. Because you would be late getting home. Yeah, EVE was super punishing. You would be late getting home, right? And so your skill had finished hours ago. And so now you have hours of skill training time, which has just been wasted. In EVE, you die, you lose the ship, you lose the mods, unless you can recover them. If you died with the wrong clone, you lose real-life skill time. Yeah, you had to schedule things more than you did having a real job. EVE Online, it's like I told you, I stopped playing EVE the first time. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and a real-life friend, well, a friend who had my phone number, is calling me, freaking out because their capital ship fleet was in danger because all their emergency sinos were popped. And I'm like, fuckhead, I have a career. I'm a fucking school teacher. And you're calling me at 3 o'clock in the morning to get me to log into a fucking video game to emergency sino you out. I'm like, no. I'm like, I have to get up in 3 hours and teach. I'm like, I'm a teacher. It's not like I'm going to work and I gotta put salt on the fries, dude. Like, you're impacting my career with this shit. You just returned almost a year and everything has changed. Any weapon, top tier, low tier, are pretty much the same DPS. No, the weapons are not the same. There are absolutely top tier and low tier. What's gonna matter is you're gonna have to take a look at what mods you have. The mods, if you're coming back after a year, the whole mod system has changed as well. If you don't have good deviant energy mods, which used to be the talents mods, then you want to start with something like the P90 or the Kuma Wink. You want to go with something that's crit, because crit is an awful lot easier to build up faster rather than deviant energy. The good news is blueprints now have something called blueprint transfers, which means you don't have to grind nearly as much. Also, you're no longer relying on the wish machine to get what you need. You simply upgrade blueprints with Star Crown. So getting what you want now is a lot easier, a whole lot easier. With that said, if you're me and you're really lucky, then getting your mod upgrades will be quick. If you're Rail and the game hates you, he hasn't had an upgrade since the old system. I run a crit build. I have something like 80% crit rate and 100 and something percent crit damage. I could have a little bit more crit rate, but then I would lose 15% crit damage. Okay, yeah. I can't do this with one person. I'd have to go into my other build and then I won't have enough damage. Alright, dude, you proved your fucking point. I'm dead. Stop. Fuck. What do you recommend for crit builds? If I go crit, I just swap the special gear item and weapon, the rest should still work? No, I recommend okay, so the way I recommend figuring out your build is first figure out what weapon you want to run, and then you build weapon to key item and the rest after that. So if you know what weapon you want to run, then we match the key item to the weapon you want to run, and then after that it's good to go. Also, if you're coming back, if you just play the game for a couple of minutes, you're gonna start stocking Starcrom. They basically give it away now. And then you'll be able to upgrade. You can get 66,000 Starcrom a month. So it's not really that difficult to max out. But it's going to depend on which weapon you want to use, because not every weapon lends itself to a crit build. Like, you don't really want to run a crit build bingo. You can, some people do. I just don't recommend it. That's kind of like I normally run Pulse Crossbow early, then Frost Vortex Sniper once acid is not an issue. Frost Vortex Sniper. Well, yeah, you're running 2 elemental builds, so that depends on what your mods look like. So specifically, the two builds you've mentioned revolve around what is now called Deviant Energy mods. They used to be the talent mods. Which again, if your mods are even halfway decent, you're going to be fine. It's not like anything in the game is difficult. You went crit. Okay, so Blueprint, the crossbow. You went the Pulse crossbow, critical pulse. Power surge hits, continuous power surge triggers power surge. When the gun hits it consumes 1. Yeah, there is no reason to run this particular weapon in a crit build. Number 1, the weapon itself only starts with 2% crit rate, which is really low to begin with. Number 2, any weapon that has more than 30% weak spot damage is rough to push into a crit damage build, because you don't want... If the weapon only has 30% or less weak spot damage, then you can run Fortune's Favor, which is Faithful Strike, but the mod is mismatched, because you're giving up 30% to get 30%. But because the critical pulse crossbow has 70% weak spot damage, you don't want to trade off 70%, so you don't want to be stacking that mod. Well, that mod right there is 10% of where you get your crit from. As far as the sniper again has 50% weak spot damage. I need to take this off. It has 50% weak spot damage, so you don't want to run that headpiece anyway, and it only runs 5% crit. Also, none of your proc abilities on the weapon synergize with a crit effect. Unlike, say, the Corrosion Shotgun, which says unlocks the ability for Power Surge to deal crit hits, Power Surge crit rate plus 25%. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You mainly go Frost Sniper due to practically no reload, and then the weapon perk that gains life when the vortex ends. So you're talking, you run Frosty Blessing as the weapon mod. So you're going to have to either have a fairly decent Frosty Blessing that exists already, which I do not. I have a whopping level 12. Now, I do have a level 17 cryo catalyst, but it's a shitty 17. Or you're going to have to farm up a new one, which shouldn't be too hard to get at least a halfway decent Frosty Blessing. And so with that, it wants you to run. When picking up deviant particles, gain an additional charge stack and weapon and status damage plus 25 for 25 seconds. So yeah, the Snowdrift top isn't terrible. How did I get that explaining Vortex? Oh, what you do is you go into the weapon. You go down to, you're on this. You hit T when you're on the weapon you want, and it brings up H37. This brings up the smart Q&A. It tells you the build that you should run. Now, what I don't like about this is that it says run 3-piece Savior set and 2-piece Lone Wolf set. But there's no reason to run the 2-piece Lone Wolf set because 2-piece Lone Wolf set gives you crit rate. There's not always a good they don't always tell you why you're running 2-piece Lone Wolf. Like, run 3-piece Savior set makes sense because I fucks my music. So running 3-piece Savior makes sense because it makes you tanky like you wanted. Medicine cooldown, when shielded, weapon damage and status damage plus 10%. And then consumes 8% of current hit points upon a hit to generate a shield equal to 5% of max HP. So that's a good trade-off. But Lone Wolf is going to give you mag cap at 10% and crit rate 5%. Well, crit rate's not going to help you with that weapon because there's no synergy with crit. I would say instead of running 2-piece Lone Wolf, if you were just looking for a little bit of damage buff, run 2-piece Shelter. So if elemental weapon and bullets damage don't matter, just trigger. Well, no, because your damage at the top, right? That where it says basic stats, that damage, that is your bullet damage. So like the Bingo 2310, that's the bullet damage. The Bramini 1596, that's the bullet damage. For the Pathfinder, the bullet damage is 684. The bottom piece is what you're looking at for how the damage is going to be calculated. So triggers Frost Vortex, 60% chance to generate a deviant particle. Can consume charges for a charged shot, launching a penetrating ice spike, dealing ice elemental status damage equal to 110% tack. Benefits from Frost Vortex damage bonus, deals 20% damage to metas, meaning once you figure that whole number out in PvP, it only does 20% of that. And then it says the ice elemental damage plus 30%. After a charge shot, ice elemental damage increases by 8% for 15 seconds, stacking up to 3 stacks. So you pop into here. Frost Vortex creates a trap within a 4.5 meter radius that inflicts Frost Vortex status on an enemy, dealing status damage equal to 50% of psi intensity. So remember, your weapon itself, and this is not intuitive, your weapon itself doesn't contribute to your psi intensity. Your armor does. So you want to make sure when you're running an elemental build that all of your armor pieces are 6 stars. All of my head pieces are. Okay, so for example, tier 5 renegade psi intensity of 144. Lone Wolf 121. Well, I don't want to run a 2-star piece if I'm running an elemental build. I want to run a 6-star piece. So that's when you use the blueprint conversions over here to make sure you trade all of your items to 6-star. Also, since you've been gone a while, you're going to have to pay attention to armor crafting. As you make each piece, you're going to see 2 pieces here that can be changed. Now, on Manibus servers, the second piece can't be changed. It doesn't affect us. That's the PvP change slot. But for the other ones, you're going to have to check. Mask, I think, is where you've got like impact damage, impact crit, weak spot, elemental damage. So there's 4 more elemental damage there. After scoring a crit, elemental damage plus 10% for 3 seconds. That's really good for corrosion. There's status damage 4%. There's frost damage 5%. Right? So there's a lot of changes when it comes to making sure you build the right. Impact is bullet damage. There'll be some weapons that are, and I haven't actually checked that in a hot minute. Oh yeah, impact is the shoulder shove. They've clarified that. So that's when you are. This is. You're not gonna let me do it to the doll. That's impact. When you give them that shoulder check. Yeah, a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't use the wiki at all, and then they're like, I don't understand. Well, you don't understand because you didn't read the wiki. Yeah, the wiki option is great. I recommend people get into it. It was funny because in the first couple of seasons, Rail and I were learning things from the wiki, and people were like, how do you know that? We're like, it's in the wiki. Just like this screen that I can never remember how to get into. Like this screen didn't used to say details right here. Yeah, Rail's here somewhere. He runs Elemental. But they didn't used to show this screen. You'll notice effective firing range. If you want your range to be longer, you have to put that one on. You want your range cheat, you can switch to either one of these. Now, why they have two identical mods or accessories, I don't know. Yeah, they changed all the stats as well. And then they got that. They got rid of that other menu, though, that used to be in here. So now we have this one, which is fine. What I will say is it's going to drive me fucking insane if they don't let me get rid of that thing that says there's a read unread mail. It's there, I know, go away. Is crossbow viable? The crossbow is viable. One thing you'll find, the crossbow is viable, especially since the new mods. Let me show you my mods. Actually, let me show you. Come on, stop it. Here. So when you get to these new mods, you'll notice that. Appreciate the follow. The Deviant Energy mods, these are the ones that you'll know as talents. We don't like talent mod is only available as a classic mod now. They don't say old, they say classic. When you're in the new mods, they're called Deviant Energy. You'll notice that you'll automatically get element and status and mag cap. What's really nice about that is as you farm up even a basic set of Deviant Energy mods, your crossbow will have 2 arrows in it almost by default. So by the time you stack out, you'll end up with 2, which is kind of nice. Now, obviously, the goal is to have all level 17 mods, and then you want your weapon mod to be what's known as a shiny, because then you get an additional effect on top of the mod. I actually lost, overall, I lost damage. Is it possible to go no reload on the unstable crossbow? It is. Well, okay, so is it possible to go the unstable bomber? Is it possible to go no reload? It is. So, when you said critical pulse earlier, I said critical pulse doesn't lend itself to the crit build. These two have the same damage, the compound and the critical. The compound bow, which uses unstable bomber, you can build crit into, because the bomb, you'll notice in the details, hitting a target grants a buff increasing crit rate 40% for 5 seconds. So yes, this weapon lends itself to crit, because crit rate 2%, as soon as you hit a target, now your base crit rate is 40%. So now your base crit rate is 42%. And then the only thing I would not do is I would not run the headpiece that gets rid of weak spot damage, I would run, in this case, I normally recommend people to run the crit amplifier, because then you get 10% crit and 15% crit damage. But for that bow specifically, I would recommend you run crit boost deviant energy, because then you'll have crit rate 15% and element and status damage. Now, some people might say, well, you should run crit boost violent for the crit damage. You don't want the crit damage. I mean, you do want the crit damage, but you want the because it's going to stack off the unstable bomber damage. You want to raise that because you're raising the number that is going to be modified. For your helmet, you don't want to run this one, because you still want to be able to do weak spot damage with the bolt of the arrow, because the shot itself does damage. So it's a crit build, but still needs status damage over crit damage. Well, it's a crit build. It's a split damage build because your bolt damage is base 2265. Look at the 2265. Your bolt damage on the crossbow is on par with the bingo, which I think is called the bullseye. I renamed mine bingo because I got tired of the two names. Because this is going to turn into you'll notice that your unstable bomber damage is plus 30%. When the weapon shot crits automatically reload one crossbow bolt, you're gonna want that crit rate higher. Yeah, the SKS is over 1k less damage, but the SKS does the elemental damage where the bingo only applies the bullseye effect. So, and with the compound bow, you could certainly run the compound bow, number one, with crit damage stacking. Absolutely. And there are going to be certain circumstances where you want to do that. For example, single target bosses where you're not worried about the unstable bomber AoE. And it's going to really become a matter of what content are you doing? Are you modifying your build for are you modifying your build for a particular piece of content? I modify my build, like, for example, I run the P90 with the mod that doesn't allow me to do weak spot damage, but you'll notice that I have one specifically that says aim for weak spot, because there's certain bosses, like the traffic light boss at the end of one of the silos, you hit the weak spot all the time anyway, so I might as well take the weak spot damage and get rid of 10% crit and 30% crit damage, because every single bullet's gonna hit a weak spot. I might as well take that damage. And it's not a big thing to worry about at first. It's when you're bored and you're like, how can I get this boss down to 22 seconds instead of 27 seconds? Excuse me. Endgame is very much endgame will pretty much be run content. Why am I running content? Because eventually content's gonna come out and I'm gonna want to run that content. I wish I was joking, but I'm not. You don't want to focus on weapons raw damage as comparison, given some elements can turn that low weapon damage and amass as elemental damage. It doesn't show in raw numbers on the weapon. That is correct. The bullet, and that's what I said. The bullet damage on the weapon, the number at the top is always going to be, I shouldn't be in shotguns for this. The number at the top is always the weapon's damage. That's the bullet damage. But you do want to focus on that because that's if you're running crit or you're running weak spot, you want to focus on that. Shows Doombringer, which is 99%. Yeah, Doombringer is 452 times 6, right? For targets under the bullseye status crit rate, plus 30. So the Doombringer is at 40% fucking crit rate once you fire. Like, it's just absurd. The Doombringer makes my head hurt. Doombringer is how much can I do at point blank, and the answer is yes. Yeah, exactly. The Doombringer is an exercise in absurdity. It's just... When the weapon hits, there's a 30% chance to apply the bullseye. Within 8 meters, this chance increases to 80%. When all the bullets hit a non-meta unit, the bullseye attack is plus 12%. Applying the bullseye to the target, damage reduction plus 5. So yeah, it's just... I don't even know if I have one made at the moment. I do. It's so... It's so ridiculous. It's just so absurd. Icy Rain. So, Icy Rain used to be really good, but Icy Rain is now like a nostalgia weapon. Unless you're running Icy Rain in a specific team and you're running it to specifically create frost vortexes. Yeah, they nerfed the shit out of Icy Rain because of PvP. What is... I forgot, because I don't... You pair the Icy Rain... What's the one you pair it with, Rail? When you want the pull-in? Oh, yeah, that's it. It's the chest mod. It's not a, it's not the armor, it's the mod. Oh, no. Yeah, it's the brown vat. Yeah, that's it. The fuck's the name of it? Yeah, it's this one. You can run Icy Rain with Covert Walker shirt if you're running in pairs, because you run one person runs Covert Walker shirt and the other person runs an AoE weapon, and now all the mobs just sit there, get pulled together, and they don't do anything. It's just cheese 101. But yeah, what you said about the shotgun, this is just like, first of all, it's a double-barreled shotgun. If I get my big head out of the way, a double-barreled shotgun starting off with five bullets in it. Like, it's a double-barreled shotgun. Why do I have 5 bullets? But this is absurd. $2.4 million damage before reloading. Like, what? What was that? It's just absurdity. Right, but Mr. So, oh, that's right. You've been gone a while. So, all of the deviations have changed. So, Mr. Wish now has two settings. Setting number one, when I hit X, Mr. Wish pops out and starts shooting with whatever weapon I have. So if I change weapons, Mr. Wish changes weapons. Number two, the second ability on Mr. Wish is that when I use the second ability, Mr. Wish appears next to me, and as long as my skill rating, as long as Mr. Wish's skill rating is 5, the damage ratio is 100%. You hold on. Double down. I switched to commercial license. That's for the other one. You use double ammo, but you do weapon damage is boosted by 75% for 8 seconds. You don't consume ammo from your magazine. You consume it from your backpack, which is why you can fire. Now, if commercial license, you summon Mr. Wish to fight at your side. If Mr. Wish is level 5, his damage ratio is 100%. What's even more disgusting is if you summon Mr. Wish on commercial license and then double down, Mr. Wish also benefits from double down. So yeah, they've changed all of the combat deviations. So be aware of that. When you jump in, you're going to be like, wait a minute, my combat deviation doesn't do what it used to do. And you're right, it doesn't. What the fuck was that? I don't know why they do this, but to protect your account. Okay. There are no drops going on right now? Usually drops. How important is the special armor? It must be, can you run another set bonus? Well, it depends. The key armor piece is very important for some builds, and it's not very important for other builds. It really does depend on what build you're running. Some builds can get away without it. Some builds don't need it. Some builds do. Yeah, there are other options for the SKS. I hate when it does that. I hate when it it's like, guys, I do not want you to pop web browsers in game. What do I recommend for no special armor and no reload? I don't. To be honest, I don't think. No, I don't think that right now you should be worried about the no special armor, the no reload part. I think what you should be worried about right now is getting comfortable back in games so you can clear content, and then seeing how the game plays now. Because I used to do the no reload option. In fact, what I run is a very absurd 143 round P90. I mean, if everything works out exactly right, I never reload. I just don't reload. But I can clear all the content solo. It gets boring, but I can do it. I think right now, if you're coming back after a year, you need to jump in a game and you need to say, okay, the first thing I need is X. And so because I need X, I'm going to go work on this. And then, okay, to work on this, I need that. But eventually, you know, I have yet to find content that you can't clear with any weapon. So it's not like I've beaten the Forsaken Giant with a green 50 cal Desert Eagle. Wasn't my favorite fight to do, but you can beat any piece of content with any weapon in this game if you know the mechanics. So I think it really boils down to play a little bit, see if you like it. Like, people are going to tell you, oh, don't run that weapon, don't do this, don't do that. Don't let anybody tell you how to have your fun. Like, shit. You can clear the Forsaken Giant in less than 20 seconds. Does it really matter at that point if I'm clearing it in 22 or 26? Like, I could walk into the Forsaken Giant and clear it in 22. Great. Awesome. Just make sure you're having fun. I don't know the last time. If we say no special armor, so I can just focus on getting my armor picked and leveled, other than primal range and predator. Well, it really depends on what is what I don't. Here's the thing. Don't try to match. Figure out what you want to play. Don't try to go for meta. Just figure out what you want to play. I mean, ready? This is just a level of dumb right here. I'm going to show you the dumb. That's the level of dumb. I mean, come on. And it only took that long because I have full life and no insanity. I mean, come on. If I had sanity issues, this would have taken a lot less time. So, yeah, make sure you find, and again, with blueprint transfers now, you can play around with a lot. You can play around with a lot and figure out what you like. And I'll also point out that I don't reload at all. Yeah, but you have, okay, so let me piece this together for you, right? So remember back in the day, you had to go to the wish machine, you had to get the blueprints. You don't have to do that anymore. I can't show you, I unfortunately can't show you weapons because I have every weapon maxed. What you do is it's going to be the same for armor. So you just go in, you find a piece of armor that you don't have at 6 stars. So you just go in and you're like, oh, okay, I want the treacherous tides top. Get my big head out of the way. It's just Starcrom now. So it's just Starcrom, and you max it, and then when you max it, this little thing right here is gonna say collection level, and when you go in, a lot of time you get more Starcrom. So you should, if you have until the last day of the month. So you have 5 days and 18 hours to max this out. And then it'll reset. Now, there's a lot of ways to do this, but the fastest way is what I call the cheesy way. If you can go into Eland, if you have your Eland set up, then you just go into Eland. You come over to a bench you have in Eland. Make anything in Eland. 515 Starcrom. 514. If you've ever had stuff sold or turned into sand. So I started this just a little while ago. And so it's just a quick, fast way to get, you never been to Eland, never figured out how to transfer stuff? Okay. So transferring stuff is easy. You also get your transfer points every month. You hit I for inventory. Got 2 little icons down here. This icon is your current backpack. This icon is your Eland backpack. So you can see what you have in Eland. If you've got a transfer, you simply hit inherit resources. It pops up this. You look over here, there's deviations, weapons, I don't have any, armor, I don't have any. You click through all the categories. If you need it, let's say, shit, I still have controllers. So what I do is I bring those, I click those, I want them. These are free to move. So I click on that, I hit confirm. Now they're in my backpack. You gotta remember everything has a cost. So it costs 80 transfer points to bring 1 tungsten ingot over. But you get those every month. Do I need to do anything before I leave the current server, or is it automatic? When you leave the current server, everything that can go to Eland will go to Eland. Everything that cannot, because it's scenario bound, will just get destroyed. Even if I've never been to Eland. That I don't know, because it has been so long since. I don't have an answer for you, and I don't want to give you bad advice, and the reason why is Eland and transfers have changed a half a dozen times since my first trip to Eland. Remember, I've been playing since the very beginning, so I've seen a bunch of different transfer protocols. So I don't want to give you bad advice. This new monthly allotment of transfer points is a new thing, which is nice because it allows you to bring all of your deviations with you to a new server. I hate this one. I really do. I hate the long range immune. And nothing like a gun game where the gun doesn't work. I know, right? Also, nothing like a game where he can bitch slap me from hella far away. Makes me so angry. Oh my god, the stomp. Stomping his feet. Yeah, I need to rebuild my savior set. They fixed the pyro shotgun. Does it suck less, or is it actually good? Is the PvP fun in this game? No, the PvP is not fun in this game, and let me tell you why. The PvP in this game is a very simple, has the same problem that most shooter games have. Whoever gets the opening shot generally wins. The reason why is because there's just a lot of cheese. One of the biggest pieces of cheese is the crossbow. Once a person is downed, you can keep stacking the crossbow on a downed person. So as soon as they get up, the proc is already on them. It is hot garbage. It is absolutely hot garbage. Like, for example, some people... There's a lot of whiny people in this game when it comes to PvP. Am I going to try Scars of Honor out? Yeah, I'm going to try Scars of Honor out. So that I'm going to try to take a look at everything, but unfortunately, and I don't have a problem sharing this. I only have about 9 good hours a day. Unfortunately, due to what's going on with me, I get up in the morning, I make breakfast, I do the show on the days I do the show, and then I go for a walk after the show, make dinner, and then a lot of times that's it. I do not want to take, for those of you that have been around my show for years, you know I'm a recovered addict. I do not want to take pain pills. I do not want to be on, like, narcotic painkillers. So that means I have to be really, really disciplined with what I'm using for pain management. I do have the next step in my medical treatment next month, or yeah, this next coming month. The doctors have said there's a potential that we could maybe do a surgery that would stop some of the pain. But unfortunately, where I used to be awake 18 hours a day and sleep for 6. Now, unfortunately, I sleep for about 15 hours a day. Well, I lounge for about 15 hours a day. Because once the pain starts, I would have to make a choice. I'd have to take a pain pill, or I have to, like, just basically zone out. I don't like either alternative, to be honest. So people are asking me about games, and I'm like, yeah, I used to know about every game that was coming out. Now I don't really have the ability to know about every game. But Scars of Honor is good looking. Soul Frame. Do pain patches work for me? Not really. They give me a little bit of relief. Lidocaine patches do. I do have my TENS unit, which can help with the muscle tension, give me a little bit of relief. But it's nerve pain. And the problem is nerve pain requires narcotic painkillers or pain blocks. So I am looking at maybe getting a pain block. See how maybe a pain block impacts the pain for a bit. See if it can give me some relief. Also, I'm looking at potentially moving. My daughter doesn't want to move, so I'm looking at potentially moving to or the Orlando area without my wife and kid, and then they'll visit me on, like, long weekends and summer and holidays. They'll come down to me. I find when I stay in warmer environments, I don't have as much pain. Yeah, I'm looking at moving southwest of Orlando. I want to move to, like, the Lakeland area. That's kind of like where I want to retire to. Because I'm retired now. But my youngest child is still in school, and she asked to not move until she graduates high school. Which is fair. You live in Winter Haven. We are looking at Winter Haven too. We're looking there. My friend lives down in Wesley Chapel. That's getting a little bit further from Orlando than I would like. Yeah, I figure truthfully that that at some point here soon the housing market is going to have another bubble bust. And if necessary, I'll move out a little bit further. I wish that I could pull the trigger right now, so to speak, but like I said, I'm not gonna ruin my kid, the relationship I have with my kid by moving my kid in the middle of school. If my kid doesn't want to leave in the middle of school, I won't do that to a child. I joked with my doctor. My doctor was like, yeah, you have nerve pain, nerve failure, and you have carpal tunnel. And I was like, dude, the carpal tunnel is the least of my fucking, like, really? Did you brought that up for what the carpal tunnel is the least of my problems, doc. Like, literally the least of my concerns. You have all this shit going on and you have carpal tunnel. Well, thanks, doc. Thanks for sharing. He's funny, dude. Yeah, there gets to a point where power fantasy goes too far, and that's unfortunately where we're at in too many games. We've got to, like, 7 Days to Die is a great example of a game that balances power creep, because the stronger you are, the stronger the enemies that come after you are, and then the stronger you are, the more enemies that come after you. So in 7 Days to Die, you get to a point where if you neglect base defense, and yes, I know what people are going to say, in 7 Days to Die, you can build really cheesy bases with like ramps and stuff, and that's fine. If you want to build the cheese, build the cheese. 7 Days to Die is a great example, a walking, talking example of, if you want to be cheese, be cheese. But it works for people that don't want to be cheesy. But in 7 Days to Die, if you get too strong before your first blood moon, then you have cops, radioactive cops on your first blood moon. And radioactive cops will radically ruin your day on your first blood moon. If you, by your second blood moon, you could be getting the zombie infected lords that take like 5 magazines of ammo to kill. I think Soulframe so far is doing a good job. They already have a mode that has infinite mob level scaling as until you die. Yeah. And that's a good setup. Mobs should scale with you. Now, there's mob scaling with you is one way to do it. In an open world scenario with multiple people, mobs shouldn't scale with you. I disagreed with Intrepid Studios and Ashes of Creation and their idea of the node system, because what I said about it was, if you set your game up that every area is going to have the full range of level content, then eventually what you're going to run into is people that are dying to content because there's not a seemingly common sense way to move about the world. There has to be a certain logic to the world. And if the world doesn't have that logic to it, that's a hard sell. I'm not saying that the world can't evolve. Like, my idea for a game is that if the players neglect their defensive duties, then the world gets more powerful. Just gonna be high-level players doing high-level mob pulls into new player areas. Right, exactly. And we all, it's like, we already know that's going to happen. Well, how do we know? Because we've seen it happen. We've seen zone trains. We've seen mob trains to the zone line. We've seen spawn pulls. We've seen spawn camping. We've seen all this stuff before. None of these tricks, techniques are original. They're not new. They're not cute. They're not clever. Like, same old, same old, same old. Literally every single game that, yeah, if it can be done, it's been done. Right, exactly. And so, like, and that's where you want to say to certain developers, like, why are you being so dumb? Like, you know this is going to get abused. And then they're so, well, our community would never do that. Oh, so you're going to have the Shangri-La community? Because every community has done this. Every community has behaved like this. And it's not a reflection on you, the developer. It's a reflection on the players. It just is what it is. So, I just wish that some of these games that were in development would be a little bit more cognizant of the pitfalls that we already know are going to happen. Well, why do you have such little faith in gamers? Have you met gamers? Have you really met them? It's just a rough spot to be in for a game developer right now. Especially since there's a handful of game developers doing it well. And then unfortunately you get like PAX Dei, which, like, PAX Dei is a great example of you can do nothing, quote, wrong and not really do anything right, but do nothing, quote, wrong, and your game just sucks. Especially if you have a hefty DoorDash habit. Yeah. People will join game communities just to wreck the existing community. Yeah. Yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely they will. And the trick is that you are always going to have trolly little bitches in MMOs. You're always going to have them. So the trick is arranging it so that other people, like, we're kind of stuck in a point of when do we want to halt vertical progression? I'm going to jump up real quick. I will be right back. All right, so it's like I don't like to pick on Steven Sharif, but I'm gonna keep doing it because he's the walking, talking textbook of guy doesn't know how to build a game. One of the things that used to irritate me about Steven was you'd ask him a question and he didn't know the why. Need to build the dev tools early and adapt them to combat it. It sucks, but you have to have a handful of players that can... You have to, because a handful of players can make hundreds quit the game. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. 24 years later, EVE has finally submitted and put in a no PvP area for new players. Well, I don't think it's EVE has submitted. I think the truth is that 24 years later, EVE realizes that they're broke, right? They're broke, and the only way they become not broke is if they can get new players, and they can't get new players if their new players constantly die. I think the most important thing for a game, like Steven Sharif used to say, we want there to be player friction. But why? Why are you allowing open world PvP? Because we think it creates player friction. Okay, but is that necessarily a good thing? And when you say, yeah, we think so, okay, but why? But why do you think that? I don't think they're broke. They sold their IP to NetEase to produce a mobile version. Okay, let me clarify what I mean by broke. 24 years later, right? 24 years later, they still don't have... They've never broken 66,000 concurrent players. So maybe we don't call it broke then. In fairness to them, maybe we don't call it broke. Maybe what we call it is stunted. Whatever the number that makes everybody happy in the pants and in the checkbook is, I'll use that number. Low profit margin, sure. Low return on investment, even better. So I say to a community, why do you need open world PvP? And Steven says, because of the player friction. And I say, well, how does killing random players in the wild develop meaningful player friction? Well, it just does. Oh, really, asshole? It just does. Okay. I don't think it, quote, just does. I think what's more likely is that you want there to be open world ganking, and you want to have it, but you don't want to say the word ganking. So you desperately try to justify it, like, which is okay, right? It's totally okay to say you want open world ganking. Just say it. Some games it does. It serves a functional purpose in EVE, but they specifically designed the game around it. They just didn't throw it in. Well, right, but let me stop you there, because I played EVE for a long time. It makes zero fucking sense. It makes zero sense, even in EVE Online, to be able to blow up mining ships in high sec. People will say, well, it leads people deeper into the game. No, it doesn't. It causes them to go right out the door. Period. Period. Dot. If it didn't, then why have millions of people made EVE Online accounts, but they hover around 34,000 online users at any given time? It makes zero sense in EVE Online for 1.0, 0.9, and 0.8 systems for you to be able to be blown up. What would make a hell of a lot more sense is that there's no ice belts in 0.8, 0.9, and 1.0 systems. Just don't put ice belts in those systems, and then people can't mine ice in those systems, And now you've solved two problems. You're still at risk if you're going for the if you're going for the reward, you're still at risk. But you're not impacting low sec operations from high sec because you're not mining ice with full immunity. There's this really vocal portion of MMO players who want open world PvP or think they want it, but when you look historically, the vast majority of MMO players who stick around to keep playing don't. Every WoW server given time will eventually morph into 90-10 faction split. If the game is factionless and has open world PvP, the population tanks. Yes. Yes. Steven wanted open world ganking so he could fly in and God mode kill everyone. Yes. In my opinion, open world PvP's only purpose is for PvP players to have something to do when they are bored. Gankfest. PvP servers and PvP areas are hard because of a lot of PvP players want kills, not combat. Right, but what you're talking about now is you're getting to the heart of the matter. PvPers don't want ganks, they want fights. PvPers want good fights, not easy ganks. And that's the difference between a PvPer and a ganker. A PvPer wants the potential to lose. Because if there was never a potential to lose, then there wasn't really any value in the win. But gankers want to have a massive kill count. It's like in Arcage, I used to run around as a cleric, which was funny to fight people as a cleric. They used to get so pissed. There's a guy with 14,000 hostile kills. Now, something happened to my character in Arcage where my entire character had to be rebuilt by the GM staff. Something corrupted, and they were like, one day I'm just sitting there and I'm on an alt, and they're like, okay, and I'm just literally watching my property getting destroyed, and then immediately getting rebuilt under a random numbered name, and they're just going around, and they're like, dude, this is gonna take fucking forever. I was like, I'm sorry. And then when it was all done, when I logged in, it was that string of numbers -X, and before I could log in, I had to change my name, and they had removed the other character so I could make my name my name again. So my hostile kill count went down to 0. And it was funny because I was just rolling around and I kept getting attacked by people because my hostile kill count was 0. And I'm slapping the shit out of people. And I'm like, this guy sucks. Well, that guy's not a PvPer. He's got 14,000 fucking hostile kills because he's a damn ganker. But then it's the same people, right, that did this in Arcage, who then cried when Arcage shut down. And they were like, I don't understand why Arcage is shutting down. You, asshole, you're the reason. Well, how am I the reason? Because you ganked people in the first PvP zone. Well, they needed to figure it out. Nah, man, what they figured out, what the player figured out is, this game is shit, and I'm gonna uninstall it. It wasn't done well, but New World had that system where it would buff lower level players if they were PvP. Do you know what the best protection for players is? No non-consensual PvP. Yeah, they did figure it out. Log out button means I won't be griefed. The trick is, until somebody can tell me what the mutually beneficial value of open world PvP is, then what they're really saying is they know there's no mutual beneficial open world PvP. They know it, I know it, we all know it. They just don't want to admit it. That's where the rub comes in. They know it, I know it, we all know it, but they don't want to admit it. Most people don't enjoy being someone else's content. That's what it boils down to. That's exactly what it boils down to. That's 100% what it boils down to. People don't want to be somebody else's content. 100%. That's why when we were playing, Prime vs. Clash was so bad. I played one season of Prime vs. Clash, and I said I'm never doing this shit again. Because it was terrible. I said it was literally terrible. Truly open world? No. Open world PvP zones? Yes. But those should have some meaning to the game. Most evolve into some weird recursion of PvP only gear, PvP currency. No, let me stop you there. Let me stop you. You're wrong. Because if people wanted PvP, they don't need a cookie to go there. What you literally just did was the same fucking argument. People say, I want PvP. Okay, well, we'll give you a PvP zone. We'll give you an area that you can go and do open world PvP in. Well, why would I go there? For PvP. Yeah, but what do I get when I go there? You get PvP. But what do I get? Armor, weapons, currency, cosmetics? You get fucking PvP. Well, then I'm not going to go there. Thank you for proving the point. You don't want PvP. If you want PvP, we give you a place you can go PvP, but now you want a reason to go there. That's where the logic falls apart. I don't want to have to go there. There can't be a thing that forces me to go there. And the reason why there can't be a thing that forces me to go there is because if I don't want to go there, if I don't want to PvP, I don't want to be forced to go to an area where I have to PvP. In order for people to want to go there, it would have to be meaningful. If it's meaningful, then I, by default, have to go there. If I have to go there, then I'm playing a PvP-based game. Which, where's my logout? For some people, not for me, I don't give a shit. But for some people, where's... Right. No. You just repeated it again. You just repeated it again. Keep reading it. You said Dark Age of Camelot, where you could control special items to give your whole faction bonuses. So you have to go there. Because without going there, you can't get the faction bonus. You did get a cookie. You got a faction bonus. That's the fucking cookie. You didn't go there just to PvP. You went there for the fucking cookie. That's the problem. Looting someone's body equals meaningful, not for the person whose body gets looted. And that's the problem. You're missing the point. You're giving an incentive for going to the zone, which means they're not going to the zone for the PvP. They're going to the zone for the incentive. You are going there for the incentive. How do I know this? Because there's lots of fucking games that have tried PvP for the sake of PvP, and people don't go there, and they sit and whine and bitch and cry in the forums and says, we need a reason to go PvP. I thought you wanted PvP. It's the same argument we had over and over and over again. PvPers say, I want PvP, but I have to have a reason to go do it. If you need a reason to go do it, then you're not interested in PvP. You're interested in whatever the reward is, whatever the cookie is. In your case, you're literally spelling out the cookie. The cookie is the faction bonus. Now, you could say you don't go there. You don't have to go there. You could PvE your heart's content out. Well, some people are going to say, well, nope, we have to go get the faction bonus. I don't really want a PvP, but we'll just run there and get the faction bonus. Can I get the faction bonus without PvPing? Yeah, well then what the fuck's the point? If PvP for the sake of PvP is what people want, then just create a zone on the map that people can go to in PvP. Give no bonus, no incentive, no nothing. But unless I missed it, you said, why have open world PvP in a game? I said there is not a reason for a whole world. If a zone, for a zone, yes, it becomes ganking. Have a zone with PvP, right? Have a zone with PvP that you don't have to go to for any reason, and see how many people go there. Very few will go down there. And I guarantee you, very few will go down there solo. They'll go down there in a group. Fractured proved this. Warborn Above Ashes proved this. People say they want good PvP, but then they take actions that prove they don't really want PvP, they want kills. Like, I used to be a trolly little bitch. I used to go and tackle people and jam people in EVE Online in a heartbeat. And then I'd kill all their drones. And they'd be in a belt ratting, and I'd just keep them jammed, and I would just keep circling their ship. And the NPCs would whittle their ship down. And man, the fucking hate in local chat. Need rewards and incentive for PvP, or it becomes meaningless. No, you don't. Let me stop you right there. No, you don't. If you want PvP, then you don't need an incentive for it. Because what you want is fights. What you want is the fight. If you need a cookie to go do something, then you don't want the PvP. You want the reward. And there's nothing wrong with wanting the reward. There's nothing wrong with that. But all that does is prove the point that you don't need open world, unrestricted, non-consensual PvP. Because it's meaningless. Because there's no reward for the loser. That is the thing I tried to convince Steven Sharif of for years. So then you're saying no PvP should be in the game unless it's like arena. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is castle sieges. Castle sieges in the game. What's the purpose? The zone control, the territory control. But cookies are all PvE is. You got to have something to reward players. No. Zone control, territory control. Right? Sure, you can have arenas. Ashes of Creation, Arcage, EVE Online, caravans, haulers, transports. Make those automatic PvP zones. There's a reward. With the zone control comes what? Bragging rights. And again, it is a cookie. Except it's not randomly killing people out in the world. You have the holder of the zone and the people trying to take it. Both people have value now in this fight. I'm the king of the castle and my guild holds it. My incentive and my guild's incentive, they have a reason to hold it. The attacking guild has an incentive to win it. It's mutually beneficial. Both sides benefit from the fight. As opposed to I walk up to you in the wild and I attack you and I kill you. I get your shit. I walk up to you and I attack you, you kill me, and I'm not carrying anything of any real value. PvP rewards just make PvP more rewarding. Now you're getting it. See, that's the problem. Now you're getting it. And that's good, because you're getting it. We can't have a net sum 0 for anybody in PvP. You log in, I'm already standing behind you. You log in, I fireball you, you die. How do you feel about that? Fuck, I feel like escape, log off, fuck this game. That's what I feel about it. Or, you log in, hey, 15 minutes until Castle Siege. All right, I'm good to go. Last night I got my books, my consumables, my food, my armor's repaired, I'm good to go. Yeah, you're right. I want 0 agony PvP. You're absolutely correct. Why? Because 0 agony PvP means you don't get people logging off. And if they're not logging off, they're not quitting. And if they're not quitting, they're still paying. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely correct. Because if there's not a value for both sides in it, like, you got 2 Little League teams, right? In the old days, it was none of this bullshit, and I'm sorry, but it was none of this bullshit, happy-go-lucky, it doesn't matter if you win or lose, it's if you had fun. No, bullshit. Back when Gen X was in Little League, it was absolutely it matters if you win or you lose. It was we're coming out here to win. Nowadays, it's who cares what the score is, everybody gets a juice box. I think the thing people struggle with is that PvP means someone else loses. PvE is a group struggle. You either all win or you all lose. Human psychology is loss averse. When you take something from a player, when you put them in a loss assured situation, they will stop playing. And we've seen this endless times in games for decades. Yes. Absolutely. The best way to keep your player base is to keep the loss assured situations to a minimum. So you frame them all as win potential, not loss assured. Open world ganking is loss assured from somebody. Win potential in a castle siege, in an arena match. For example, great example of this. Arenas should never allow pre-mades. Unless you have a pre-made bracket and a rando bracket. What that means is you either bring a full team and you fight a full team, or you log in as a singleton, and sometimes you're on the team with your friend and sometimes you're on the team against your friend. Because as we all know, when you're playing 5-on-5, if 4 of you queue together and you're on Discord or on TeamSpeak, because some games, their way to stop that is to, if you're in a party of 5, you can't, you can't queue. So 4 out of the 5 of you are in comms together. You can overcome the 5th person not being in comms, because chances are the whole other team is maybe 1 or 2 people are in comms together. 4 people working together in a coordinated effort, they don't even have to be the best players, but they will produce better results than 5 people with no coordination. Well, you've all been there. You've all played that, and you know how much it sucks to play against that. So what you do is, if you're a game developer, you create a pre-made bracket and you create a rando bracket. And then what you do is when the players start to bitch, you give yourself the forethought to say, hold on a second, how hard would it be for us to create the ability for a player to set up a tournament? Okay, so now what mechanics do we have to put into place for a player to be able to set up a tournament? And do we want every player to be able to set up a tournament, or do we want setting up a tournament to be a cookie? So you got to go do this other content in order to be able to set up a PvP bracket. Ooh, shit. Now we're cooking, right? Team sports is PvP. There's no PvE. You can do team sports PvE. Dungeon clears. Speed runs. You could. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying you could. But imagine that. Imagine if a developer said, what we're going to do is we're going to... Oh, how about this? Remember that zone control thing we talked about? Ooh, what if we take that zone control thing that we talked about, and then one of the cookies that comes with that zone control is one of the zones allows for the zone controller to set up tournaments, because it's the Coliseum. The only thing meaningful about this particular zone is it has a Coliseum in it. Doesn't have a good market, not even a really good trade route, doesn't have good manufacturing, but it has the Coliseum. What if we go a step further? What if the holder of the Coliseum gets a cut of the bets? Oh shit, now we're cooking. So now there's going to be a guild out there that's going to take their time. They're gonna spend a long period of time holding onto that Coliseum so that they can fatten their war chest. Now you got your why. Now, why do you hold that? Because it makes us rich. Well, one day we're gonna take a castle, right? So now your players aren't even thinking about the fact that there's no non-consensual open world PvP. Because if they run a caravan, they run a trade route, and again, what we do is we stack it. Yes, kind of like New World, we're holding zones, you got money made off the city. Right, exactly. So, what do we do here? How do we do this? If you travel with the little hauler, the donkey with two trade packs on it, a seat for you and a seat for one other person, you can each have a trade pack on your back. Move a total of 4. That's not a PvP zone. We're going to allow you to move a total of 4. Maybe we don't, and maybe we got to tweak it. Maybe it's only you with 1, and your donkey can haul 1. I don't know. We got to get the right numbers. But that's your introduction to safe travel. It's your introduction to the movement, right? But then, when you go to build that bigger wagon, it pops a big alert on your screen, and it says, "Hey, just to let you know, you are upgrading from a cart to a wagon. Your wagon will be, whenever you are in your wagon, you will be vulnerable to PvP. Do you understand? Type YES in this box." Well, why do I have to type YES? Because when you make a fucking forum post and you say, "I didn't know this was going to happen," then I get to have my moderation team say, "You didn't fucking read." So now you've got the levels, right? Now you've got some levels to it. But you don't have random bullshittery. When you log in, you know it's PvP or not. You're right, Quantum, and you're right. You're absolutely right. But Care Bears keep the lights on. Otherwise, you tell me why Mortal Online 2 has probably no more than 1,200 people playing right now. Let's take a look. So, if open world PvP was such an amazing fucking feature, then why do we have that going on right now? Because it's a valid question, and it's a question that open world gankers don't like to hear. Mortal Online 2 has everything that all these people ask for, yet nobody's fucking playing it. Less than 800 people currently playing it. Never had more than 10,000 player. Yeah, they keep the lights on. You're absolutely right when you say if you have an open world game, they know it's PvP when they log in. You also have to realize there's 500 online games now that people can play. They're just not going to fucking log in. You're never going to get their money. Imagine EVE Online with Star Citizen money. Let's just keep it real for a second. Imagine how fucking good EVE Online would be if it had Star Citizen money. And this is where I say to people, like, I get what you want, right? Like, I get it. I know what you want. You want to sit around and you want to have a big titty goth girl giving you hand jobs all day, eating sushi, drinking soda, eating steaks. That's not good for you. It's good for you on every other Saturday night. What you want, right? What you want, is not good for you. It's not good for the game. You're like, I'm bored. Gankers are open world PvP is good because it gives you something to do when you're bored. Okay, so let me get this. Let's just roll this. Let's roll this around the brain case for a minute. Surely we can find a way to bump that up to every Saturday. Sure, buy the DLC. The every Saturday option is an additional $5.99.99 a month. But the trick here is that if people say PvPers need something to do when PvPers are bored, then what we have to consider is what do we do with them? What can we include in the game to make sure they're not bored? What exactly can we toss in to help alleviate some of that boredom? Okay, this is where Ashes of Creation maybe, kind of, sort of, might have had a somewhat decent idea. And what I mean by that is, Ashes of Creation talked about their castle system having to have the Garrison Guild having to do maintenance tasks for the castle, having to sustain it, having to do trade runs, right? Okay, so I can get down with that. There's stuff you have to do to maintain your holding, right? So I can get down with that. No problem. So what else can we do? How else can we take up people's time? Well, we don't want to do dailies, right? Because people don't like dailies. Okay. So how do we make dailies palatable? You know how you make dailies palatable? You say, fuck them, we're having dailies, and if you don't like it, don't do them. The trick is, you don't make shitty dailies. You don't have shitty, boring dailies Please go out and pick up 5 pieces of rock. Go out and go kill 5 rats. No. You have meaningful dailies. Which dungeon is at your level? Your daily, go clear that dungeon. Go do the shit you should be doing anyway. Maybe you put little benches in. Maybe you put little benches in the backs of the dungeons. So, what I need you to do is I need you to clear this dungeon and find a mold that's in the back of the dungeon. Maybe you take it a step further and you say, you're going to turn a dungeon into an escort quest. You already built the resource, you already built the assets, you already built the boss fights, you already have the art, the animations, you have the whole dungeon laid out. So now you turn the dungeon into a solo experience, and you're going to escort the blacksmith through it. Maybe that only becomes available after you've cleared the dungeon with a group. So you're reutilizing, you're getting extra mileage out of something you've already built. Hey, Jalan, I heard you cleared that dungeon. Would you be willing to walk me through it before big nasty monsters repopulate it? Because I'm aware of a secret room. So now you go into that same dungeon with a party or without, solo or without, you go through it. Now there's a secret room, there's a secret side shit. It's the same dungeon, but you left the camera rolling. There's a little bit more to it. See, everybody gets caught up on the gamers are going to be bored. Well, yeah, the gamers are going to be bored because we keep trying to give all of the gamers hot and spicy, brand new, never seen before footage. Well, what if we didn't do that? What if we got extra mileage out of what already exists? What if we took it a little bit further? And I think that is where they need to go. Okay, but games like the Isle won't really work if it's PvE only. Okay, so a game can be PvE only. A game can be PvE only. And a game can be PvP only. There's lots of games that work in their PvP only. MOBAs, battle royales, shooters, because they're match based. The trick is not every game has to look like every other game. But what we gotta get rid of games. We've got to get rid of the shitty mentality of bad systems. For example, here's another system that has to be gotten rid of. Fucking power creep. We've got to get rid of ridiculous power creep. Like, listening to Steven Sharif talk about legendary uniques were going to be 5 to 8% more powerful than legendary uniques would be 5 to 8% more powerful than legendaries. Dude, do you have any idea how the fucking how much power 5 to 8% is? Because 5 to 8% is a lot of power. Like that is a lot of power differential. Well, yeah, I don't know why games don't have PvE mode or servers. So a game like Ashes of Creation in its original design couldn't work with PvE servers. Because remember, if you design a system that's gonna, and in their case, they made a bad design decision. What they wanted to do is they wanted to have the bounty hunter system be one of the horizontal development paths. Well, you can't really have the bounty hunter system work if you don't have open world PvP. And I think what we need to be careful of, we're not talking about PvE modes. We're simply talking about no non-consensual PvP. I'm not against, like, we don't want to have a version of Ashes of Creation where there's not caravan running. We don't want to have that. The trick is, when you build the caravan, multiple times during the process, it's going to tell you, look, son, what you're getting ready to launch, what you're getting ready to do, what you're getting ready to start, you're engaging in PvP right now. You need to know that. Like, this is a PvP event. I'm not talking about getting rid of PvP. I'm only talking about getting rid of non-consensual open world PvP. And here's the other trick, since nobody asked. If you want to flag yourself for PvP, flag yourself. No one's going to tell you can't turn your flag on. I'm not saying get rid of PvP. I'm saying get rid of your ability to walk up to somebody else and kill them if they don't want to be killed. If you want to turn on your ability to be killed, do that. The only limiting factor I would put on that is you have to turn that on or off somewhere. You can't turn it on or off in the wild. Like, maybe you have to go to a lawless zone. Maybe you have to go to a pirate haven. Maybe you have to go to a mercenary den. Maybe you have to go to a jail. Maybe you have to go to wherever you have to go. You just can't walk up behind somebody who's already in the open world with their flag on and surprise butt sex them. We don't need any of that. That's not fun. But yeah, I'm not talking about getting rid of PvP systems. Well, the problem with serious consequences, and this is where Steven was fucking stubborn and pig-headed and didn't want to listen. If I'm the victim, I don't give a shit what consequences the other person takes for killing me. I could give two fucks. The only thing I care about is how my playtime has been impacted negatively. I don't care if the other person's playtime is going to be impacted negatively. That doesn't matter to me. And this is because, remember, and this is where the double-digit IQ gamers, where they constantly go with, well, we don't need those players anyway. Oh, you don't? No, we don't need those types of players in this game. Oh, so you don't want their $15.99 or their $14.99 a month sub fee? No, we don't need them. They're going to ruin the soul of the game. And then a year later, the game is fucking closed because there's no players. So how'd that work out for you? You do need those players. As much as you want to say we don't need those players, you do need those players because you need their money. You need their sub fee. You need their box price. You need their DLC purchases. Now, if your game has 9 million players, right? I think it's fair to say if your game already has 9 million players, then you don't need to worry about 200,000 Care Bears. But if your game has 856 some odd players, you might be looking for whatever potential players you can get your hands on. And if you don't think that you want those extra players, then maybe, just maybe, you're not a good you're not a good indicator of who the target audience should be. It's kind of like, I'll give you a parallel example. I owned 3 bars, one had a restaurant in it. I had an old Irish pub. It made good money. And one day, one of my business associates said to me, you know what you should do? You should make this bar more college kid friendly. And I said, why the fuck would I want to do that? And they said, because you'd make more money. I said, no, I really wouldn't. They said, yeah, you would. You'd make more money. I said, how are you coming to that conclusion? Because you don't even know how much money my pub makes. They said, but you're right near a university. I said, I know, and I own another bar within walking distance of the university. But this place has been here for a long time, and it's full most nights. So why do I want to change what's working? And it's really easy for somebody to say, you should change you should change, but not if you've never invited them to see your books. Now, if that person walks in and every day they're there, every day they're there, the place is empty. Now they can have a conversation. You'd sell more beer, but pay higher insurance. You'd have to deal with the police more and damage property. You're right. And guess what? You are 100% spot on. I would sell more beer. Where's my profit margin? Is my profit margin on my beer, or is my profit margin on my whiskey? It's on my whiskey. Making 72 to 78 cents on a bottle of beer, I'm making $2 on a whiskey. Now, the whiskey comes with an inherent risk. The broken glass. The whiskey comes with other risks. You know, or other costs. I have to pay somebody to clean the glass. But larger profit margin on the whiskey. But also, the arrogance of the person to say you'd make more money. The bar was full all the time. It was full. How can you make more at a full place? You can't. I get that people like what they like, right? You like what you like, and you like what you like. There's nothing wrong with liking what you like. But you got to be real careful that you liking what you like doesn't create a bias. You like PvP, great. Talk to me about what, like, people are like, I like PvP and I don't want to play in a game that doesn't have enough PvP options. Great. By the time we get done talking about PvP options, I want to give you 9 good PvP options. How about that? That's what I want to do. I want to give you 9 good PvP options. I want to give you zone control. I want to give you caravans. I want to give you family feuds, guild wars, society wars, right? I want to give you the ability to raid enemy guild dungeon runs. I want to give you, let's see. I want to give you the ability to take a bounty out on somebody. I want... what else? Oh, I want to give you a sports... I want to give you several arenas. Some of them that are sports. I want to give you sports leagues. I want to give you at least 9 arena types that quarterly... 3 of them are available every day, and the rest of the days quarterly there's different each day has a different event. So I want to give you capture the flag, last man standing, and king of the hill every day this quarter. These are the 3 that are every day, but we're gonna have 5s. We're gonna have hut ball. We're gonna have capture the bridge. I'm just stealing shit from other games. We're gonna have those available Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They're gonna rotate. Is there a game that has this? No, because what happens is players, right? Players are so adamant that they get the thing that they want that developers don't know what to build. Steven Sharif was onto something when he first started building Ashes of Creation. What he was onto was, he actually a couple of times, he hit the nail on the head where he said, if you build it, they will come. And that is 100% correct. If you build it, they will come. But where the rub is you can't have a map to what you're going to build and then change it every 10 minutes because you're afraid of what people think until it's done. Like this morning, right? This morning, my daughter would have flipped the shit out if she had seen the pancakes this morning. She didn't get up in time for pancakes. She would have flipped out though, because they're burnt around the edges. My wife and I eat the pancakes. We like pancakes made with bacon grease. We don't have them often, right? We don't have them often, but occasionally we have pancakes made with bacon grease. Not everybody's going to be happy all the time. And that's okay. They don't have to be. Not every product has to be for everybody. What I laugh about is when I was a kid, several times in my life as a kid, I would be like walking through the house and my dad would say, do you want dinner? And I said to my dad a couple of times, I'd say, well, what are my options? My dad was like, yes or no. Like, like the answers are yes. The answers are yes or fucking no. That's it. That's all the answers are. I laugh about that now. I think it's funny now, but back in the day, like, do you want dinner? What are my options? Yes or no. Do you want to play this MMORPG? Well, what are my answers? Fucking yes or no, man. Either you're gonna play this or you're not. Right? I thought Steven Sharif had a really, really good chance of making an impactful game until he started giving a shit about what other people thought about him. You can't be successful if you care about what other people think about you. You have to go out and you just have to build it. You got to go out there and you got to recognize there are going to be people that hate your product just because you're the one who made it. Like, there is a Discord server where 9 years ago, I offended a dude on the Ashes Creation Discord. Nine fucking years ago, I offended him. He joined Nafis's Discord to shit talk, and he shit talked me the first day he was there. He was shit talking me again last night. Dude, it's been 9 years. I live in your head rent free. Motherfucker, that's free chicken. Every day, you're still talking about me. I don't think about you unless I'm talking about you as a talking point. Like, dude, you need serious mental health. You need professional help. You're still upset. You're upset about something that happened 9 years ago. Get the fuck over it. Get some mental health, bro. What's the best way to get feedback? Wait, hold on. What's the best way to get feedback that Steven could have done? The Phoenix Initiative idea, what do you think of it? If you're paying $2,000 to have a say, don't you only get biased feedback? Yes. If you are setting up a program, right? If you are setting up a program where people have to pay $2,500 to be in a club to give you feedback, what you're doing is you're creating a sycophant echo chamber. Because those people already believed in you enough to give you $2,500. I know a lot of times I'm crude and I'm crass and I'm vulgar and I don't have to be. But one of the things that I try to relate to people the people that you surround yourself with are sometimes blind supporters, which aren't supporters. Those are enablers. And then sometimes the people you surround yourself with are natural haters. Because sometimes people don't want to see anybody else be successful. As I've said, when I do a CPI event at a company, there's a couple of key people I want at the table. One of the people I want at the table when I do a CPI event is I want the person who benefits the most. I want the person who benefits the most at the table so I know if we're fixing something or if we're making it worse. I also want the person, I want the most crotchety old bastard in the company, because if I can convince him, yeah, they had the Phoenix Initiative. If I want the most crotchety old bastard in the company, because if I can convince him that the idea is good, then I've just convinced everybody that the idea is good. Where we run into problems is people, many people, not all people, but many people take feedback the wrong way. And what I mean by that is people will... Were there a lot of 2K backers? There were quite a few. At least over 1,000. So, say for example, you have a boss that walks into your office, and on his way in, he kicks the garbage can. The garbage can comes flying into the room, and your boss says, "You fucking idiot, you really fucked this up." Well, some people are going to be really upset by that. Some people are going to focus on the first part of that sentence where the boss said, "You fucking idiot." Well, I'm not gonna be. I don't give a shit. And this has happened to me in the past. My boss came into my office, into my work center, kicked the fucking trash can in to the office and said, "You fucking idiot, you fucked this up." And I was like, what did I fuck up? And it wasn't a fuck up, but I went about my job anyway, right? Went about my job, did my job, went back to the boss, and the boss was like, "Thanks." I said, "Hey, you probably should go apologize to my airman." The boss kind of looked at me like I had 12 heads. "What'd you say?" I said, "You should probably go apologize to my airman." "Well, why?" "Well, because I don't care if you call me a fucking idiot. Doesn't affect me, but now you've got all them scared and shit. I said, because you're the boss of bosses, man. You just walked in there, you kicked the fucking trash can. I said, not really a good look. Boss didn't know what to do with that. Like, dude, it's not really a good look. You don't need to behave like that. Wait, what? And so, some people, to me, you come in, you kick a trash can over, and you say, "You fucking idiot, you fuck shit up." All I'm gonna hear is, "You fucked something up," and of course, I'm gonna worry about that. I did in fact fuck something up. That's all I'm gonna be worried about. So I went about my day. I made sure that I didn't fuck something up. Some people need to be coddled. They need to be handled. Steven was a person who needed to be loved. I don't give a shit if you like me, you hate me. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter to me. Because at the end of the day, when I go home at the end of the night, I don't think about people unless I'm getting paid a lot of money to think about these people. I don't, this shit doesn't carry on with me. I don't care. Steven cares. Steven cares about his reputation. Image is nothing. Thirst is everything. Steven should have drank more Sprite. Leadership throwing temper tantrums is not a good look. No, it's not a good look. Your boss tried to scare me, hiding what he wanted. He was stern and said we needed to talk. It could wait until later, but needed to be done with the other manager. I stood there stone-faced and kept saying okay and stuff because I can defend every choice and action I made in that building. He realized that wasn't working and laughed it off. He just wanted to handle my holidays before they expire. Yeah, and there are some people that operate in a toxic manner because it's the only way they know how to operate. Like, I've had bad bosses who will say shit to me like, see me at the end of the day. Okay. So then at about, at the time, 2:45, I walked into his office. I said to my boss, I was like, yeah, you wanted to see me at the end of the day. He's like, well, yeah, I want to see you at the end of the day. I said, well, it is the end of my day. And my boss was like, it's 2:30. And I'm like, yeah, it's 2:30. He's like, well, why is 2:30 the end of your day? I said, because 4:30 is the start of my day. I'm confused as to what you're confused about. And he's like, well, why do you get in at 4:30? It's like, because it takes 2 hours to process the daily tip fid and tip fiddle, which I need in order to figure out our taskings. So in order for the unit deployment managers to have a full day of matching taskers, I need to have that done. If I came in at 6, that shit wouldn't go out until like 8 or 8:30. So my boss is like, he's like, well, that's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about. I really don't like when my officers aren't on duty at the same hours I am, because then it makes it difficult for me to get the information that I need. And I felt like Vigo from John Wick. Did you not listen to a fucking word I just said? if I come in at 8:30 like you do, then nobody's doing shit till 11. You're going to have like 45 people on this airplane patch with their thumb up their ass until 11. I'll come in, and I just said, sir, I will work whatever hours you want me to work. Just tell me what hours to work and I will work those hours. He's like, well, I work from 8:30 until 6. Okay. Next day, I went in at 8:30 and my boss's phone is blowing the fuck up because ain't nobody gotten their work yet for the day. So my boss comes down and he's like, every commander on base is calling me. I was like, yep. He's like, when is the daily tasker going to go out? When I'm done with it. Well, it's normally out by 6:30. Yes, fuckwit, because I'm normally in at 4:30 in the morning, but I can't say that because he's an 05 and I'm an 02. I said, well, sir, this is what I was trying to explain. I'm normally here at 4:30 in the morning so that I get all this done. And he's like, well, people are saying they won't be able to get done with their daily taskings until like 9 o'clock tonight. Yes, sir. That is why one man sacrifices and comes in at 4:30 in the morning so everybody else can work normal hours. That's Stephen Sharif's problem. He surrounded himself with a bunch of people that suck him off for every idea he has. Not every idea everybody has is a good idea. I personally believe you need 9 no men and 1 yeah but guy rather than anybody to agree with you. And I feel that way because I personally believe when you have an idea that you believe that's a good idea. I don't believe people are waking up and suggesting what they know to be a shitty idea. At least I hope not. I hope that people aren't waking up in the morning and you say, you know, it would be a really great idea if I streamlined an 8-ball of Coke and then injected, 45 cc's of adrenaline just for the kicks. I'm hoping that people's responses are, that's a bad fucking idea. If you're surrounding yourself with yes men, you're always going to have shitty results because you need people to tell you that's not a good idea. You have been following the video game drama, but from what I heard, he doesn't handle the spotlight well. It got to his head and he flopped. Yeah, it did get to his head. But so did his 700 and however many thousands of dollars in DoorDashes. Which is funny because he's claiming all these health emergencies, and you know that the other attorney's just going to be like, so Mr. Sharif, you're claiming that due to the stress, you nearly died. Yes. Could it have anything to do with the fact that you DoorDashed $700,000 worth of food or $300,000 worth of food? Was the DoorDash for him or for the entire studio? Some of it was for him at his house. He also had a private chef at his house. Plus, I don't know about everybody else, but what I was taught was that business meals are only expensed when that meal will potentially generate more business. Like, when I go up to see a client, I expense out the meal because I'm going to see a client. But if I'm just wandering around on my own, I pay for my own damn lunch. I mean, that's what I was taught. Maybe I was taught wrong. I'm fully willing to admit that I could have been taught wrong. But this whole thing is just going to keep getting funnier and funnier. Can you put a private chef in your own house on the business? No, you cannot. If you put a... Okay. Can you put a private chef in your house on the business? Yes, in very specific circumstances. For example, when my boss had back surgery, we were doing all of the meetings at my boss's house. My boss had spinal surgery. Obama doesn't count. Different scenario. There's a private chef at the White House for a reason. Well, my boss had spinal surgery. He had a private chef that the company was paying for because we were doing all the meetings at the boss's house and we were all being fed because we basically, without going too far into what that job was, the boss had to see all the work because it was a creative company. So the boss had to see the visuals. So during the work day, we worked out of the boss's house. So yes, there was a private chef there because we were working out of the house. My boss also had a private chef through when we would entertain clients. My boss had a really beautiful weekend house and we would entertain clients up there and the chef would come up and prepare all the meals. But after that, I would write up the report, which clients were there, what we met, who we talked to, what bids we did, what storyboards we presented, and then I would just staple it all together, throw it in a business expense drawer, and when the bills came in, this was marketing proposal 2026-0425-0001. It's the first one we did of today. And that's legal because what you're doing is you're demonstrating that you're trying to drum up money. But when you're spending $18 on DoorDash and you're driving the company even further into the red, that's some bullshit. I'm sorry, that's just plain bullshit. The company shouldn't be taking any actions when it's driving you further into the red. So he was drawing a huge oh yeah, it's even better, man. He was drawing a salary and the CEO paid himself as a subcontractor. Just to let people know, you can't pay yourself. You can't pay yourself as a subcontractor. When you're the boss, you can't be an independent contractor to your own company. How can you be independent to the company when you're the company? Trump does McDonald's through DoorDash. No, Trump does McDonald's by special arrangement. The president's food can't be handled by just anybody. It's why you very rarely see a sitting president, go out to eat, like on the local economy. Because the president's food needs to be secured. He's going to go to jail or at the very least get smacked with a massive fine. Yeah, the president's not allowed to drive. That is true. Oh yeah, the veil was pierced. Stephen Sharif and John Moore pierced their corporate veil, commingled their funds. That's gonna be bad for them. It's gonna be really bad for them. It's like John Moore missed the entire day. Like he missed the entire he missed the entirety of financial law when he was getting his associate's degree. No, they can't blame their accountant because he was the CFO. John Moore was the CFO, so he was the one authorizing and doing this shit. Yeah. Oh, and he claimed he was a CPA, but we can't find him listed in any CPA database. So that's gonna be another wonderful picadillo for him. Not good. Not good. They were partying like it was 1999. Yeah, they were. But what I'm pissed off about with what they did was that they made it harder for indie companies to ever get like good funding again, because people are going to be hesitant to back shit like this again. That's what pisses me off. Although the good thing is, what I'm really happy about is that I have a wonderful pork roast that I cooked last night. I've got about 1.25 pounds of pork roast left today for my meal. Well, that guy melted. I just want to see all of Intrepid Studios' leadership be made examples of. Every one of them had knowledge Stevens was defrauding consumers in Steam. No one said a word. No, that's actually not true. That's not true at all. Be careful when you say the Intrepid Studios leadership, because there were people that were in leadership positions that had no idea that any of that was going on. There were a lot of senior people at Intrepid who had no idea. There's a lot of pissed off people, team leads and stuff, that had no idea any of this was going on. Like, there are angry motherfuckers who worked there. They're pissed off. Like, Steven believes that all his employees are on his side. There's a lot of them that hate his fucking guts. Yeah, the video game industry has always been very strange. They're afforded more leeway, excuses, and straight up tolerance for anti-consumer nonsense that literally every other industry combined. Like, one thing that always pissed me off about people when they say, oh, well, video game development is harder. No, it's because you're making excuses. You're making excuses for video game development because it's convenient for you to make excuses for video game development. When in reality, there's no reason why this shit's going on this way. Yeah, the complacent leadership, the leadership, the board of directors, Stephen and John, is the best way to say it. The board of directors, because even a couple of the shareholders didn't know what was going on. Some of them should have, but But yeah, a lot of people make a lot of excuses for video game companies, and my response to that is, why are you making excuses for the video game company? Because just because it's a video game doesn't mean it's harder work. It's like there are policies, procedures, pipelines, planning, programs. Like it was a leadership problem. Like people get mad. They're like, "Oh, you're blaming Steven. You're blaming Steven." You're damn right I'm blaming Steven. You are damn right I am blaming Steven. It's like you are damn right. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna see what my family is doing. I'm gonna eat some pork. I will see you guys Monday, most likely, hopefully. See you then.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of